Board of Education will now come to order. Roll call. Director Hanson will be absent tonight due to illness. Director Meek.
Here.
Director Myers.
Here.
Peterson here. Director Ray.
Here.
Director Williams.
Here.
Director Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving into item number 4, DCSD Spotlight. We'll have a celebration of the 2002 ThesCon performers from DCSD schools, and we will actually hold off on item number 5, which is school board recognition, since we have illness sweeping through the board, and we will do that on the 24th. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to all of these families for bringing your kids to be recognized by our board. We're so proud of all of you kids. Tonight we have some amazing students to celebrate. But as President Peterson said, we are delaying school board recognition until our whole school board can be with us. Last month, hundreds of DCSD middle and high school students attended the 2022 Thespian Conference, also known as ThesCon. Tonight, we are really excited to recognize some of those amazing students who became main stage winners and scholarship recipients. So we're going to start with Junior ThesCon. So I'd like the following kids to join me up front. Ben Williams, an 8th grader from American Academy, along with Executive Director Steve Colella. And Carolina Schaefer, an 8th grader from Skyview Academy, along with music and drama teacher Lisa Cole. Come on up. What was that?
We're from Platte River Academy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had a typo. From Platte River Academy, just to correct that. Thank you for correcting me. And so I would love to have the kids tell us. Yeah, come over here and be in front and center, just like you were on the stage. I'd love to have the kids tell us what it meant to them to be able to perform at ThesCon, and then I would love to have you guys tell us what it meant to have one of your students be able to do that.
Thank you. It meant a lot to me, and I'm just honored to be up here, and I was just honored to, go on stage, and the confidence that I had in 3rd grade when I started theater just boosted since then to now, and I'm just so grateful. I'm also grateful for everyone who helped me and my school, American Academy, and everyone there who also supported me in all these opportunities that I got, and without them or the opportunities, I wouldn't be up here right now, or I wouldn't have been on the stage there. So thank you.
So again, my name is Steve Colella. I'm the Executive Director of Schools for American Academy. American Academy is a STEAM school, and we've been very blessed to have a number of phenomenal staff build our performing arts program. And Mark Middlebrooks is chief among them, and Mark couldn't be here tonight, but I know, Mark, you're watching, and gigantic kudos to you. And Ben is a product of that hard work and his own hard work. And as Superintendent Kane mentioned, Ben was one of just 3 kids at one of the largest national junior thespian conferences chosen to perform. And he killed it. He absolutely killed it. And what he did shortly after he performed really, really well was do what he just did, and that is go to his instructors and his coaches and say thank you. So not only has Ben an incredible performer, but he's a really darn good kid, and we're really proud of him. So heck of a job, Ben.
Very good.
Hi, I'm Carolina. Going to ThesCon meant so much. I'm not at a great big school, so we don't have many opportunities as much schools. So being able to go to ThesCon was such an amazing opportunity, and it just gave me such a confidence boost to go up and perform at other school events. And I wouldn't have been able to do it without so many amazing people in my life that helped me through everything I needed to. So, thank you.
My name is Lisa Cole, and I am the music teacher at Platte River Academy, and we are a K-8 charter school that is a core knowledge school. And the thing I love about ThusCon is it is bonding. Not only do the students that go from each school bond with each other, but they bond with kids from other schools. And it's very encouraging. The judges give such amazing feedback so the kids grow. So Carolina sang and got an excellent rating, a superior rating. And then she took all of their feedback to heart, worked on it some more, and then she sang at our winter concert and improved even more. So that growth mindset and the encouragement that it's always dealt out with such compassion and encouragement, and you're welcome into our theater community, and it just becomes this wonderful, bonding, strong, huge, diverse, and beautiful group of amazing people that are all into education for our students. So I love that part of it. And I loved that Carolina got the opportunity. It was really wonderful to watch her grow.
Director Williams is here to give you your certificates. It's possible she's related to one of these. All right, let's do a picture. Okay, before I call up the high school ThusCon participants, many of you probably don't even know this, but I had the privilege this weekend of sitting through one of the performances of, all of a sudden the name has escaped me, but the performance that many of you were in, The Future is Bright, or Bright Futures, did I get that right? Thank you. And so I was actually there just Sunday night, and I got to watch, I just kind of hid in the back, but I got to watch a lot of you kids do your amazing performance, and I cried, I laughed. I can't even tell you how impressive you guys are. I could never, ever do that. I'm going to keep the career I have and not go with singing, but you guys were absolutely amazing. And it isn't just singing and acting, the choreography. I mean, you guys are just absolutely amazing. So with that, from Castleview High School, we have Junior Ashton Showers. If I screw up names, please forgive me. We have Junior Ashton Showers, along with Assistant Principal Litherland and Principal Dr. Templeton. So please come on up. And I'm going to keep calling. We'll get y'all up together. From Legend High School, we have seniors Ben O'Brien and Irsis Pixler, along with Theater Director Katie Glide and Assistant Principal Carrie Davis. I have no idea why I can't read today. Come on up. From Mountain Vista High School, we have juniors Chloe Conklin, Addie McNeil, Catherine Church, and Claire Casey. Come on up. From Rock Canyon High School, we have seniors Anna Benevento, Kayla Mumphy, Jerian Villegas, along with any staff reps that we have from Rock Canyon. We didn't get your names in advance, so come on up. Hi, guys. From Thunder Ridge High School, we have seniors Ella Brasseau and Blake Narciam, sorry. Listen, I don't know what it is tonight, so please forgive me for the names. And finally, Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor will help us celebrate our students from Mountain Vista and Thunder Ridge, since we were unable to have reps tonight. So everyone come on up. One of my own kids was a theater kid, although he was a tech theater kid who sat, he loved to be in the crowd, but he wanted to be, in the back doing his thing. And I know as a parent what an incredible difference the culture of theater, the hard work of theater, and the bond that you all have with each other made in his academic journey and in his life. I also know how hard all of you have worked to get to where you are. So congratulations to each of you. I'm just going to pass the mic, and if you could introduce yourself again and just give a sentence or two on what this means for you or what it meant for you to be able to perform in ThesCon.
Hi, my name's Ashton Showers. I go to Castleview High School, and I got to perform on main stage with many of these other wonderful people, and it was just an incredible experience. The people I met there were awesome. It was terrifying, but also really, really fun. So overall, I gained so much from it, and am very thankful for the experience.
Wonderful. I'm Gina Templeton. I'm the principal of Castleview High School, and we are just so proud of Ashton for his accomplishments both on and off the stage. He is an extraordinarily talented performer. On main stage, he sang Why God Why from Miss Saigon, which is a really tough song, and he killed it. And as talented as he is, he's equally, if not more so, an extraordinarily wonderful human being who represents us well, both at Castleview and in the larger Douglas County community. So we're just so proud of him.
Hi, my name is Iris Pixler. I go to Legend High School. This year, I had the honor of serving as a state thespian officer, and our big mission as state thespian officers is, number one, we plan the thespian conference and help run it, but another big thing for us is advocating for the importance of arts and education, which is why it means so much that you're having us all here today to honor these performers and the hard work that they've put in and the importance of having arts programs in schools and how much they mean to so many kids.
Hi, I'm Ben O'Brien. I'm Ben O'Brien. I also go to Legend High School. It was an immense honor to perform on main stage with all these lovely people, and we really all appreciate the recognition. A lot of people assume that maybe this style of work just involves talent, but as all these performers know very well, it takes a lot of hard work and diligence and focus and passion. So it's wonderful to have that be recognized by you all, and it was a wonderful experience.
Hi, I'm Katie Glide. I am the theater director at Legend High School with these two lovely students. Not only did we have an STO and a main stage, we also got second place in the tech challenge. So all of our tech kids that may be watching, you guys did incredible. It was just lovely seeing them on stage. We all cried. Like, it was just a beautiful time. And it was challenging. They did, Ben had a challenging piece and he just crushed it. We were so proud. Seeing Iris on that stage as an STO, since Legend hasn't had an STO before, was just really, really big for us, and it's really big for our program. So very proud of you guys.
Hi, everybody. I'm also from Legend High School. My name's Carrie Davis, and I'm assistant principal over there. And this was my first time to go to ThesCon, and I was absolutely blown away by several amazing performances and just the talent in general that we have. And if you know anything about theater kids, they're probably the hardest working kids in a school, and they do not get the recognition that they deserve. So I'm glad that they get honored tonight. So very proud of all of you.
Hi, I'm Chloe Conklin, and I go to Mountain Vista High School. ThesCon was really an incredible experience. It's a great way to experience theater in all of its forms. I'm normally an onstage performer, but I submitted a short film for ThesCon, and it was a ton of fun, and I got a ton of great feedback from the judges, and it's just, I'm so grateful to ThesCon for giving us all the opportunity, and it's an honor to be recognized.
I'm Addie McNeil from Mountain Vista High School as well, and I was also a state thespian officer with Iris. And I originally applied to do that because ThesCon is like my favorite weekend of the entire year. I mean, it's like being a kid in a candy store when you're a theater kid at ThesCon, because you can go to all these workshops and learn from professionals. But my favorite part is getting to meet kids from around Colorado and spend time with people that have the same passion for the things that you do, but you wouldn't get to see them because they live like an hour away. And especially like my fellow Douglas County kids, it's really awesome seeing people perform. And it was really cool seeing like my friends perform on main stage and getting the opportunity to watch other people and be in awe of the talent that's of people our age. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Claire Casey, and I also go to Mountain Vista High School. And again, like everyone else here, I was very fortunate enough to attend ThesCon, and it was like honestly like best 3 days of my life. Like when you go there, it's absolutely amazing. I performed 2 contrasting monologues and a song, and I was fortunate to get amazing feedback on those, which I will use. And I think that technique is amazing for me. I'm very fortunate to have that opportunity.
Hi, I'm Kayla Mumpy. I'm from Rock Canyon High School. I'm more into the tech side of theater, so at ThesCon, I participated in the tech challenge, and it was just a really cool opportunity to practice the challenges and then get to compete with all my friends, and it was nice to just learn from the students that were there and just learn from each other and be able to take that knowledge back to our school.
I'm Jaren Villegas. I also go to Rock Canyon. I'm president of Rock Canyon's improv team, so I got to lead them in like practicing for ThesCon and then being at ThesCon and making it to finals, and just like it was nice to meet other troops and learn other games that like we took back to Canyon to play, and it was just a really cool experience to get to be a part of that part.
My name is Anna Benevento. I also go to Rock Canyon High School. Winning the musical theater scholarship was a huge honor for me, just because it was an affirmation not only of how hard I've worked, but of how much hard work my teachers have poured into me, specifically Miss Baker, and just students like me every single day. Just ThesCon is a really special opportunity that we get to have, because it's an intersection not only of a place where community is built, but where professionalism skills are taught. And I'm really grateful that we got to have the opportunity to go.
I'm Sydney Baker, and I'm the drama teacher at Rock Canyon High School, but I'm going to pass the mic right away because I don't have a voice.
I'm Ty Clark, and I'm the activities director at Rock Canyon. And before I came to Rock Canyon this year, I didn't even know what ThesCon stood for. I couldn't tell you what it meant. So I was blessed to be able to be behind Mrs. Baker, who's an amazing theater director. And what she does with the students is just jaw-dropping. And so having the good fortune to be behind her, tagging along and learning about everything that is going on at ThesCon, and have the opportunity to witness the students engage in the performances and the workshops and all that stuff was just a life-changing experience. So I appreciate that, and you all are wonderful.
Hi, my name is Ella Brosseau, and I go to Thunderidge with Blake. I really love ThesCon because not only is it a place that's super fun and we get to make so many fun, lasting memories with our troop and other troops and new friends, but it's also a place where you can learn a lot of stuff. The workshops are really incredible, and I think it's a great tool to utilize for our futures, as a lot of us are going into theater. So it's a great place to learn and grow, and I was very fortunate to also perform on main stage with Blake, and that was such a wonderful opportunity that I probably won't ever have again. So it's just a great place for memories and growth and learning and everything.
Hello, my name is Blake Narcissian, and I am also a senior at Thunderidge with Ella. And in my opinion, the best part about our theater community that we have is the connections and the people that are part of it. And over this past few years, I've been able to forge many meaningful connections with people throughout the district, and ThesCon is just kind of the culmination of that. No matter where you go, there's a familiar face, there's somebody there to encourage you, to push you forward, to inspire you, and that is my favorite part of ThesCon. And as always, performing on main stage with Ella was a real gift, and being able to perform with all of them as well.
Yeah, do you mind? Well, as you can see, there is an incredible amount of talent that is standing up here, but also a ton of humility. I think you've undersold yourself mightily in the sense of what you represent and your passions. It also tells us how important it is to have the arts in school and investing in the arts, and how important it is to talk about truly what a comprehensive education is. The passion and advocacy that you bring each and every day is something, as a former high school administrator as well, I remember walking the halls, and the time, effort, and commitment that you make is not often noticed. And one of the things that I appreciate, I can always tell you the last cars out of the parking lot were my students, typically that were in the performing arts, just with the dedication you provide. I just want to say thank you for advocating. Thank you for making it visible. I can't begin to tell you how much, from a personal standpoint, from a family standpoint, My kiddos, my 4 kiddos in the system, we love to come watch you. You bring stories alive like no other, behind the scenes, on the main stage, whatever it may be. But administrators, teachers, just can't thank you enough for your dedication as well. Families, the drop-off, pick-off, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. It's a huge thank you to you as well. I know they would be the first to thank, as you heard. Our junior ThesCon folks, congratulations as well too. We just can't thank you enough for the investment that you have. Superintendent Kane, thank you for your investment in the arts as well. We greatly appreciate it.
Congratulations again, you guys. You were amazing. I absolutely loved seeing many of you perform this weekend, and I was truly in awe. I've seen professional performances, and you guys knocked it out of the park. Did any of you perform in the 6? Which of you gals? Were any of you gals in 6? It was better than the professional theater. I mean, it was just unbelievable. All of you did truly a tremendous job. So congratulations. Thank you for inspiring all of us. Us adults, we need inspiration once in a while too, and you guys are amazing. So congratulations and keep it up. Thanks for representing Douglas County so well. And we're gonna do a picture, so go away. All right, we're gonna try to put maybe the shorter people in the front. I'm not looking directly at you, but maybe come on up to the front. Yeah, and the taller folks in the back. Okay, yep, I know, yep. All right, that's good. Good job. All right. Congratulations, you guys. And don't leave yet. We have one more. Come on. Congratulations, everyone. One more round of applause. Okay. And last but not least, we want to recognize, along with Assistant Principal Diane Shuck. Join me up front, please. Standing in for Diane will be me. Well, congratulations to you guys for being representing your high school so well, and for being able to do that. Would you like to tell us a little bit about it and what it meant to you?
Yeah. So to put this in perspective, going to ThesCon is kind of like watching the most important people you know do the most important thing to you in your life. So it's like, never in a million years do you think that you're going to be up there doing that and being that most important person and that inspiration to all the people and the freshmen and the sophomores sitting there being like, oh my gosh, that'd be so cool to do that. It's like, it's a dream come true that you didn't know you had until you're up there doing it. So, and I think it's just really special also because Douglas County High School has been working really hard for years. And I think it's like, to know that we took a risk and we succeeded so deeply by taking this risk is just like really encouraging, like building up our theater program and showing people, especially in the social scale of our school, it's like, this is a place you want to be and this is a really good community and really enjoyable experience to have in high school. And it's like, to be in ThesCon personally is like, that is, yeah, like, somebody from Thunder Ridge said that's probably never going to happen again. So it's just amazing to be able to say that, oh my gosh, I performed in front of 6,000 people. And I really have been wanting to do that my entire life. So it was really special. So, and I'm glad that we got that opportunity.
Yeah, no, it was great. We started with just like a room of like 8 kids that just happened to sign up for this theater class. And next thing I know, we're standing on stage in front of like more people than I could ever imagine. So it was definitely an experience that like, yeah, words cannot describe it. It was crazy. And I just think that like, I've had a lot of like struggle trying to find what I want to do in life, and theater has always just kind of come and gone for me. And like after going to this, it's just I can really find that it's like something I love, and like the people in the community are awesome. Like I couldn't be more proud of our cast and like the people I've gotten to meet throughout the whole experience, and just like the whole like the amount of support that everyone gave us afterwards. Like it was honestly, words cannot describe. It was really amazing.
Well, I know Douglas County High School is so incredibly proud of all of you. So congratulations for that honor. President Peterson is here to give you this certificate that will go to Douglas County High School. And we'll take a picture. Congratulations, you guys. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. We promise not to be offended if, I mean, we're very exciting, but we promise not to be offended if any of you feel like you need to slip out and go home. But not that our board meetings aren't extremely exciting. So thank you so much again for all of your hard work.
All right, thank you. And one last round of applause for all our thespians. Okay, and as they head out, let's move on to item number 6, the superintendent updates.
You ready? Okay. All right. Well, as for superintendent updates, I don't have much tonight. I feel like we were just in a board meeting right before break. But I do want to welcome back our staff, our students, and our families from break. We're excited to have everyone back, and we're excited to kick off a really fantastic second semester this school year. The other thing I would like to mention is that we have heard a lot from our families. I know the board has as well. The frustration around transportation and our bus routes having last minute cancellations. It's just been really hard. It's been hard for our families, hard for our staff. And we recognize all of that, and we certainly have shared that the labor shortage combined with our inability to pay competitively has been a real challenge in terms of us being able to have enough employees every day to run all of our bus routes. But we've heard loud and clear from our families that this is something that they really want us to prioritize. So we have extremely limited resources. But we did make the decision to make some compensation changes in transportation mid-year to try to get our routes to where they are a little more reliable. You won't see that immediately. It'll take a little bit for everything to settle into place. But I did just want to make the board and everyone aware that we're making some changes in the transportation compensation area, because we really have heard loud and clear from our families that this has just been a tremendous challenge. So I wanted to give that update. And other than that, welcome back, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. With that, we will move to item number 7, which is our student advisory group updates. We'll have a variety of students presenting to us on their different subcommittees. And the idea here is for us to get kind of a mid-year update as a Board of Education, and then provide any redirection guidance and things. So when you come back at the end of this school year, hopefully we've got some things that we can take action on, put into effect. And I applaud Director Myers and Ray as the liaisons. Almost said legislative liaison, that's my old job. As the liaisons to the SAG, for making sure you guys get this mid-year update, because I think it's going to be good. So I'm not sure, Mr. Cheney, are you going to start us off? Okay, thank you.
First of all, just want to thank you for having us at the mid-year. It's something new for us that we haven't done, and we felt after last year it'd be good to kind of get a mid-year from you guys and some feedback. So that's really our main purpose. I'd like to thank my co-liaison, Miss O'Neill. She comes every meeting with us too, so she does a great job, and the kids have really responded to her as well. So I'm going to just turn it over to them. We're here to hear them tonight, so I'm going to introduce our officers, Nick, Sujay, Mona, and Dia. If you guys can come forward, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so this is just a quick middle of the year progress report and kind of just some presentations that we're going to give to you guys that we just kind of want feedback from. We do have one like formal presentation that we're going to give you. That in that group, you'll see the LED group. They're ready and they're excited to see what you guys think of their proposal, and they'll be in towards the middle of the presentation. But that's just kind of like a quick notice that we do have one formal presentation, but the others are just looking for some support. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we know we're on a tight schedule, so they'll go quickly, and we'll say our thank yous at the end. Yeah.
Hello. First of all, we'd like to thank you for your time. And I'm Aditya. I'm from Thunderbridge, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Elijah. I'm also from Thunderbridge, and I'm a junior.
So first, we'd just like to start off by updating you on our current priorities as the mental health subgroup. Currently, our main priority is to pass a new mental health course that has been in the works since 2019. In 2019, we really had the foundation of the course. And since last year, we've drafted a course proposal, and we've done a lot of research, and we've consulted a lot of people to really ensure that the course is as good as it can be. And we're currently in the stage of getting the necessary approvals. And as a subgroup, we decided that in order to be as efficient as possible, we'd add a second priority. And our second priority is to expand our peer counseling system and possibly reform the normal counseling system across all DCSD schools. And we would also like to identify and assess other issues that we see as students in DCSD's mental health approach.
So some of the problems we have figured out throughout Douglas County and just youth in general is approximately 5.8 million children aged 3 to 17 have diagnosed anxiety, and approximately 2.7 million children have diagnosed depression. Due to this rise of mental health issues, school counselors are more pressed than ever, and they cannot address the rise in mental health issues alone. Along with this year we have realized that peer counseling systems, along with the counseling systems in general, are not always widely available or sufficient for all students' needs.
And in response to those problems, we've proposed the following solutions for the course proposal. As I said before, it's been in the works since 2019, and that's really when we got the idea of what we'd like to see in a new mental health course. And since then, we've created a course proposal, and we have filled out a course outline. Last May, we did give you a presentation about that, and we'd be happy to answer any further questions about that. And so far, we're just working on gaining the approvals from the curriculum department, and we're currently working with them to ensure that we meet all the state and district requirements for curriculum.
Along with that, this year we have also created a second priority towards peer counseling in the counseling system, trying to expand and revise both systems throughout the district. This is still a work in progress, but we are excited to work with the board to further implement our solutions when we have further information.
So these are the people that we've consulted for the course proposal. And as you can see, they're mainly administrators, teachers, and mental health professionals such as counselors, and also people who are in charge of mental health organizations, just so that we can ensure that we're taking the most scientific and neutral approach to mental health and ensuring that this course actually works for students. And I'd also like to point out the necessity of this course. We see this as necessary because we've identified that many students have mental health issues which they may not be comfortable addressing with a counselor, and the counseling system may not be able to address the amount of mental health issues across the student body. So we figured that a mental health course would enable students to equip themselves with knowledge that would help them address their own mental health issues and even help their peers. And these people listed have helped us ensure that the course does exactly that. So I guess we missed a slide on there, but we just wanted to ask you for any questions that you may have. And also we wanted to ask you for any advice that you may have on improving this course and basically getting with the curriculum department to ensure that this course can become better.
Yeah, and Mr. Blair, if you could bring up the other two directors so we can see if they have questions as well. Yeah, Director Williams.
So thank you so much for all of your work here. My question is about, it looks like you've talked to people at both Mountain Vista and also Thunder Ridge. Have you expanded and talked to other schools in Parker and Castle Rock as well?
So currently we're working on reaching out to other schools, and we have people who are from Legend High School in the subgroup. They are reaching out to their principals to make sure that all of the schools are involved in this, but we primarily contacted Thunder Ridge administrators since they already had a framework for it.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. I just would recommend making sure that we, get feedback from all of the schools if this is something we're going to put in as curriculum.
Other directors? Director Ray, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Hey, Aditya, Elijah. Good to see you both. Could you talk a little bit? I know one of the obstacles that you are up against is how this course is different than maybe other courses that are currently offered with similar topics. Can you just maybe give the board directors a little bit of glimpse of how this is uniquely different than the courses already offered?
Sure, thank you for that question, Director Ray, and that was really one of the main issues that we encountered with the curriculum department. So currently, the curriculum department has identified 2 other courses that they feel are similar to this course, and those are Healthy Decisions and Intro to Mindfulness. So what we did was we met with the teacher who teaches Healthy Decisions, and we also reached out to the teacher who really brought the Intro to Mindfulness course at Thunder Ridge. And they both went through and they decided that it would be the most beneficial if we had a course that addresses mental health over a whole semester rather than just a unit in the existing courses. So that's really the main difference. And we're going deeper into mental health and really ensuring that it's focused on mental health rather than just a unit in a course that focuses on other topics as well.
Other directors? Yeah, I guess my guidance would be exactly that for you guys, just since there is some friction on gaps and overlaps in criteria, take the rest of this time before the end of the year and keep working with that to resolve, because we don't want redundancies, but we do want something comprehensive that's going to be beneficial. My only other question is, have you looked at our Sources of Strength program to leverage that as your catalyst for peer counseling, since that's already a student-led, peer-led program that we have in our schools, and maybe something we could just either add on to or accentuate or just build onto existing program rather than looking at a new peer counseling program. And I really love the aspects of resilience in addition to reactive mental health that's in that. So is that something that you guys have looked at or thought about?
We have looked into it, and I will bring up that idea again at our next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, any last guidance or question from directors before we move on to which I believe is financial literacy? Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Vihan. I'm from Rock Canyon High School.
Hi, my name is Sid. I'm also from Rock Canyon High School.
And we're here to present financial literacy to you today. So starting off with what actually is financial literacy, it's just the ability to understand and manage basic financial matters, and these can be included in any of those 4 listed over there. Obviously, there's a lot more, but if you had to narrow them down, you could put them into any of those 4 categories. Essentially, being financially literate is important because it helps you become financially stable and makes you take good financial decisions for your future. Again, it's never too early or too late to start financial literacy. It doesn't matter if you're 15, it doesn't matter if you're 50. Financial literacy will always hold some type of relevance in your life.
So when enacting our project, we wanted to identify sort of a need in our community for financial literacy, and we have a couple of eye-opening statistics on the next few pages, but we did just see this incredible need for financial literacy across all of our schools. Of course, it's the age-old question, why do we learn derivatives in school but not how to pay our taxes?
So as Sid was talking about, here are those eye-opening statistics. 75% of teens lack confidence in their financial literacy skills, which is every 3 out of 4 teens. Half of adults wish they had access to financial literacy education when they were younger, and almost half of Gen Z reporting having optimal financial literacy skills for adulthood. And out of those, even 3 out of 4 still aren't confident with those skills. And we have to understand that as right now, if we fix this problem on a base level, then future generations won't have the problem of being financially illiterate.
A second page that I think solidifies our claim is that adults are also suffering from this. So as you can see here, we're sending kids that teenagers just don't have this knowledge of financial literacy, and it's affecting older generations. For example, 34% of adults couldn't even answer basic financial literacy, and 33% don't even have any retirement savings, which is just mind-blowing to me.
So here is our solution. So in our current education system, they don't really they kind of fail to address this importance of financial literacy. So the answer is a vast variety of presentations related to different aspects of financial literacy that will be presented to students. So in a lot of schools, we have these advisement and seminar periods in which a lot of time really goes to waste. You know, once you're done with your 10-minute announcements, you have like a 20-minute period just empty. And again, one of our approaches with financial literacy was that we didn't want to make it like a full-fledged course or curriculum, because in the past, I know there has been approaches to that, but again, that's just too big to implement. And we want everyone on here to be on board with this idea, and also see how many students are willing to support this idea. Because if it's something that gains a lot of traction, then in the future we can consider making it a course. And then again, right now we don't want to make it something that like has credits or has anything involved on your transcript, because when you make people like forced to do it, then they don't really want to do it, and then it becomes like a chore to them, like school. So essentially, we have these immersive and presentations that will be presented in their advisement periods that don't take more than 10 minutes to present. The students can even be given access to them so they can look at them by themselves, and we'll come to what those look like in a second. And then again, talking about scope, we know there's been big ideas for financial literacy in the past, but right now we want to focus on something a little bit more grounded and see if we have the support of our entire district for this.
Adding on to what Vihan said, I think that our two main pros to this approach is that it's very short and sweet, and that's also effective. So we recognize that students have very cumbersome schedules and they're always working. We don't really want to add some kind of extra course or anything. So by doing an advisement or seminar presentation that only costs like 10 minutes a day, I think it would be really easy and beneficial for the students, and it wouldn't cause much stress or anything. And it's also effective because we saw online presentations for financial literacy are only about 1 or 2 hours. And reaching back from the previous statistic earlier, 34% of adults cannot answer basic financial literacy questions, or can answer basic financial literacy questions. This shows that we only need a base level of understanding. We don't need to go super in depth on these topics. We just need a little bit of a baseline. We just need a little bit of a baseline so that kids can explore further.
Yeah, exactly. So all this about getting them interested to actually take care for their future. And then coming back to the whole topic about presentations, these are presentations that we've created with using online templates and information of our own, and we've compiled them all into topics that we think are useful to people. So for example, if you were to click on any of these links, you'd find presentations for spending plans, checking accounts and debit cards, how to write a check, bankruptcy. There's also, I think the most popular one probably is all about taxes over there on the right side. Saving, car loans, retirement planning. And sure, right now that might not seem relevant to us, but that mindset is what destroys us in the future, because when it actually becomes relevant, we don't know how to do anything. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from directors, and Mr. Blair, if we could bring the others back up. Thank you. Director Weiniger.
Over here, sorry. Thank you so much for you guys for that presentation. That is definitely something I agree with, that a lot of students want, a lot of community wants, is financial literacy for our kids. So when they grow up, they know what taxes are. They're not confused by money coming out of their paycheck and budgeting and all that. I think this is fantastic. I love the idea too, doing it during advisement. When you say presentations, are you going to have a person there presenting it, or are you going to have it just play on a screen, or just give me a better idea of what you picture that looking like?
So that's something that really is like up to the school or like the person presenting it, because I know some seminar teachers will just be like, I put it on Canvas so you can like go check it if you want. But I know others are like, more enforceful with how they're going to present these. So they might be actually the ones that are up on the board, going through each slide. But as long as we make these resources readily available to people, that's just our big idea. Whether we have someone present it or whether it's just available to them, whether people know that it exists, that's sort of the main idea, financial literacy.
Other directors? Director Myers?
So jog my memory just a little bit, but your list up here, was that done maybe through a survey of what the kids are interested in learning about through your financial literacy course? And so we're really focusing on high school right now, right? But you made a statement that you can't start too early.
Yes.
So just an FYI, and I don't know if you've looked into any of this. I know in middle school, as a consumer and family teacher, that was actually part of how to write a check, how to fill out an application, looking at taxes, and I'm not aware if that happens anymore. So maybe when we come back and have our SAG meeting, we could talk a little bit. Have we looked at what's happening in maybe the lower and middle school? But I mean, that's a good list right there that apparently kids are very concerned about learning some of these things. So, and I apologize, I haven't been in your group as much, because coming around and visiting during SAG time, but I will be there. But thank you.
Yep.
Other directors? Director Meek.
Yes, thank you so much for that presentation. It's really interesting and helpful. And I know the Colorado Academic Standards has personal financial literacy embedded within social studies and economics. I'm wondering if you've connected with teachers in those areas to get their input or feedback about how they might be able to use these resources.
We haven't connected with any teachers yet, so I think that's a great idea. But learning from some of what like our students have seen, we connected with many Rock Canyon students who've taken these courses, and many of them say that the things that they learn in the class aren't super useful to what they want to do in the future.
And then, yeah, again, the whole like part of it being part of like your school transcript just kind of takes off that level of like importance to it, because then it becomes like, oh, well, I have to do this, but I just want to get it over with instead of actually learning about it. So then again, we're kind of aiming at this from like a whole optional sort of point of view.
Other directors? Director Ray?
Hey, Sid, Vion. Just going to echo Director Meyer or Director Winiger in terms of saying what a great plan to look at putting this in the seminar advisement period. That makes a lot of sense. And for many of the reasons that you just stated, just to kind of piggyback on Director Meyer's question around the interest, I'm wondering too if there might be a way to do kind of an inventory that an advisement class could give to students just to prioritize which of these topics do they have the most interest in. And that way you literally do customize it according to the interest of the students in the advisement class, as opposed to, like you said, just checking another thing off that they're doing seat time for. But yeah, great presentation, great resources. Just wondering too, if you might want to talk to some principals as well about that advisement seminar period to see if they're indeed from their perspective, if there's allowance for something like this to come into play as well. But great job, enjoyed your presentation.
Okay, and I'll be quick with the last one, just to echo what Director Ray said. I would suggest between now and the end, you look at the scalability. I know there's competition for that time in advisement and in seminar for a variety of things. So I would do exactly what Director Ray said, but I'd also see if you could go back and see if there's maybe some scalable options, a minimum level of skills that you could maybe do a little bit ad hoc in seminar, but also take a look at demand for a full-blown course. I know that other districts have financial literacy as a core requirement for graduation. I'm not saying that we go there, but we've got some great partners here in Douglas County. We're the #1 employer in the county, but the #2 is Charles Schwab, and I know that those representatives have reached out and offered to help. So you'll find professional help. You might even find volunteers, and if there's an interest in both a minimum skill set and a higher skill set for those that are really interested, I'd like you to kind of pulse and see what the demand is from the students or the need is for both of those, because we don't have to do one or the other. We could offer both options. Okay, and I know we're going to try to move quickly because I can already see the superintendent's getting a little nervous, so thank you. Always have time for student input. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
I just wanted to say that 8 out of 8 states in the United States, soon to be 17, actually specifically require a financial literacy class in high school. So you guys are helping us get way ahead of the curve. I also sent Mr. Cheney some additional resources that you can look at if you want to. But thank you so much for all of your work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, guys. And we'll move on to school safety.
Hi, school board. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Tyler. This is.
I'm Natalie. I'm from Douglas County High School.
I'm Addie. I'm from Rock Canyon High School.
I completely forgot to mention, I also go to Rock Canyon. Just give us a second, we'll get the presentation back up. Of course, take your time.
That may be back to financial literacy, so yeah.
I mean, their presentation was great. We can have them go again. You know?
If you want to give our presentation.
School safety, yeah. In order?
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we are school safety. Oh, I gotcha. Yes. So this is just our table of contents. This is just this is basically a backbone structure of what we're going to go through today on our presentation.
And so our mission statement is that we're addressing the safety of the students in Douglas County, and we're determined to make DCSD a safer place. We want to introduce the safety kit to classrooms to help teachers protect students in emergency situations, such as lockdowns or elongated periods in the classroom, as we all know that happens more and more common these days.
So the problem that we were facing was that we were looking at lockdowns and holds, which had just been recently implemented, and we found that that would leave students in a classroom for too long, but they won't have access to the bathroom, right? If you're in a lockdown situation, there's no possibility that you're allowed out of the classroom. So what we were thinking is that we need to implement, and it may sound redundant, but this will be a revolutionary safety kit into our classrooms and to each and every one of them so that we might help these kids under these stressful conditions so that they might better be able to aid themselves and better feel more comfortable, even though these are very, very stressful times.
So we propose that every high school classroom in the Douglas County School District, and maybe we expand that, but we're thinking we'd start with high school, be equipped with a safety kit. So basically, the safety kit would be a vessel within each classroom that is concealed so that the students aren't tempted to mess with it, but the teachers would have easy access to it in a stressful situation, in an emergency situation. And the kit would contain various items that students can use to stay comfortable and safe while in one place, such as a classroom, for a prolonged period of time. The kit would include some of the following items. So firstly, a guide to the kit so that the teachers would know how to implement it properly. It would be, we were thinking like a bucket so that the students could use that, and then a shower curtain for privacy, a first aid kit in case anyone was injured, feminine hygiene products, sanitary items such as towelettes and toilet paper, glucose tablets for any students who need that during a long period of time, and a battery-powered flashlight and medical gloves.
And so some of the benefits that this would include, And some of the benefits that this would include would be to allow students and teachers to feel more secure. It's a recurring issue in our school district, and the thing that happened with STEM as well. So we'd like to just keep a kit in there so it would be safer. And we've talked to the Rock Canyon principal, Mr. Abner, and he says it's in our budget. Chaparral sort of did like a beta program with it, and they said it worked really well as well. And it helps us just prepare for the worst case scenario.
So this is an entirely, and it's a wholly questionable topic, as we've seen the funding for this might have to go through fundraising, it might go through grant money or whatever it may be. But we just like to invite you guys, because this is mostly informal, that we have so many questions for you guys. If you guys have any feedback or advisements you'd like to give us, we would love to have it, because under these stressful situations, we could really use a little bit of advice from you guys, because you guys are ultimately going to be the best source of protection for all of us.
Yeah, I'll start off quickly. My advice would be getting with our professionals on the safety and security team. That committee actually meets tomorrow. They meet once monthly. Probably connect through the superintendent to Director of Safety and Security, Johnny Grusing. We actually had presentations to that committee on safety kits that are in use in other districts that are best practice. So rather than reinventing the wheel, I think you guys got a good list, some good thought, but maybe work with some of the professionals in the district that can offer you some advice for what this would look like, pros and cons, some other things that are in there that I know are probably missing just from the presentation we got, but that would be my one advice to you. Other directors?
I'd just like to add real quick, I believe we are next, our next SAG meeting, I believe we are trying to schedule a meet with your security director, so we will, yeah.
And that is a perfect opportunity to pick his brain on this stuff. And I will mention that you're interested in this at the meeting tomorrow, Safety and Security. Any other directors? Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to honor class waiting. Oh,
I was just going to thank you guys so much.
okay,
for all your
thank you.
advice.
Thank you.
Okay, so hi, I'm Kira, and I'm from Ponderosa High School.
My name is Michael. I go to Chaparral High School.
And we're here to talk to you guys about adding weight to honors classes.
So let's just start off by talking about like the weight itself.
So we're proposing a 4.5 weight for honors classes. And just as like a recap, AP classes have a 5-point weight, so it'd be in the middle. And the hope is to encourage students to take a more rigorous course load that will lead as a stepping stone to take more AP classes so that they're more college ready.
So we like chose a 4.5 weight rather than like a 5 weight such as an AP class, just because it's an honors class is kind of like the in-between like the rigor of an AP class and a regular class. So we thought like a GPA should reflect the rigor of the classes.
So if DCSD were able to implement this, it would not be the only district around us to implement it. As you can tell, that Cherry Creek School District and Jefferson County already have this in their courses. So, yeah.
And like just to like dissuade any fears of like GPA inflation, since it's a 4.5 weight, like GPAs aren't gonna go crazy out, like just skyrocket. And even if like we were to see that happen with an honors weight, like it wouldn't really have an effect in college, because colleges have a tendency to take your transcript and recalculate the GPA the way they see fit.
So as we all know, AP classes have AP exams that standardize the reason, like the rigor of the course, and you know it gives AP credit and college credit. So since we're going to be weighting honors classes, we think that there should be some standardization to those weights, and so Michael's going to talk about that.
Yeah, so pretty much, yeah, she covered AP classes. We're able to weight because they're standardized. But I think a quick way that we could amend, we could really like help to standardize honors classes across the district is we're proposing like that the district could possibly create a final that will be taken by all the honors students during the spring finals week.
and like we can give it to the honors teachers before the school year, and since they can see like what needs to be taught, like what's going to be on the test, I think we'll see the curriculum we'll see the curriculum get standardized just through that.
And so that was our presentation, but we would like your feedback on that. With our research, we saw that this was proposed in 2017, but it was not passed. So just like questions about why it was not passed and what we can do to like strengthen our proposal. So.
Okay, directors. Director Weiniger.
I love the idea. I would be very interested in districts that have implemented it, the pros and cons that have come from that, perhaps.
Director Myers.
I just wonder, do you guys have a percentage of kids that are in honors classes in each of your schools?
So we don't as of right now, but we've been looking into it. We were reaching out to people, the directors at the Cherry Creek School District to compare, but we haven't gotten that information yet back. But that's for Douglas County.
We have
Douglas County,
statistics for the whole district though.
So you're thinking honor students would be really interested in having a weighted?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, it just gives them more of an incentive to get into those honors classes. And it's not necessarily for like the GPA boost, it's more like so then they can get into AP classes and then that way they're more college ready. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other directors? Director Ray?
I wanted to answer your question about why it didn't pass before, and I need to go back and research that. So hold me to that when I come to your meeting next week to give you some of that information. But I think you nailed some of the concerns, and that was that standardization across the district, because honor classes tend to really be so dependent on the instructor. But I think you really provided an outstanding solution that if there's a common assessment that all students are working towards, no matter what school they're in, that really could help with the inter-rater reliability, if you will, of an honors class at Thunder Ridge is the same thing as a Thunder Ridge class at Chaparral. So thanks for that, and I'll get back with you guys on some more information about what happened before.
Okay, Director Williams.
So actually, my question is for you, Superintendent Kane. So I'm going to show my age here for a minute. When I was in high school, honors was weighted, and AP was just much like they're presenting. So obviously, I wasn't in Douglas County, but I was just on the other side of county line. So has that ever been something that we've done here? And it's not. Okay.
Any other questions, comments by directors? Okay, thank you, and we'll move on to the lights presentation.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, my name is Nanda Vivek, and I'm a junior at Legend High School. I'm going to be talking about lights, specifically replacing lights within schools with LEDs. To kind of start off, an explanation of the problem really in a simple way is a common issue found in many high schools is the high energy usage, and related to that is the high cost. And a main contributor to this problem was the inefficient and often outdated lights that a lot of the schools are using. And so what are we proposing for this is we propose that the district fund a project to replace areas of high energy usage within high schools with LED lights, and I'll elaborate more on that later in the presentation. We're not proposing like every high school classroom within the schools the lights are being replaced with LEDs, but rather the areas within the high schools that are using a lot of energy, and it's at that high cost that we're proposing this. So kind of the stages of the project would be within the 9 neighborhood high schools, looking at areas of high energy usage. And for example, like a gym would be, there's not a lot of windows typically, high energy. The lights are really, so putting LEDs in there would be extremely beneficial. And then the next stage would be to bring in electrical companies and gather quotes to get the cheapest price. We'll talk about this later, but something I did within my school, and Conserve Watt did it, and from what I learned was that they do a lot of projects for the district as well. The third stage would be to allocate district funds, and the fourth would be to finally hire the company to get the lights replaced within schools. So kind of a case study of what we did at Legend High School. And so starting off, the benefits of LEDs are that they're more efficient, they have a longer lifespan, they operate better in colder conditions, and they don't emit any heat or UV rays, and overall they're better for the environment and they're less pollution, and in the long term they're a lot cheaper. So our process at Legend was, number one, we were identifying the areas of high energy usage. And so something we have in our school, I know not every high school has this, but we have something called an E-gauge that looks at the energy usage in kilowatt hours, and it also looks at how much this is costing us as a school. And then we were able to take an energy audit in different classrooms and areas around the high school, looking at how much energy or how much light do you need to learn versus how much light is being used, and kind of looking at all these different numbers. And so that was our first stage, and from that was where we were to identify that for our school, the gym was the area that used the most amount of energy as far as lights go. So the second stage was to know the cost, and so that's where we were inviting in different electrical companies to our school, and we got a quote for $28,000 from American Electrician, $18,000 from Conservawatt, and $26,000 from Stubblefield. And so that's where we came to the conclusion of Conservawatt would be able to do it for the cheapest, and they already had a lot of prior information about our school's lights. And so the third phase would be getting the money. Within my school, we were able to obtain 2 grants, one for $15,000, another for $6,000. And this is what we used for our school. And the fourth stage would be finally the installation. This would really come down to the individual school, looking at school schedules, when is the electrical company able to actually install these lights, how does that work with the school schedule. And I think it ended up costing us $19,500 for our installation. So we ended up, and the extra money went into our science school fund, science department fund. And so problems with this would be funding, obviously, it's expensive. And with this, we said if we were to go through the route of getting grants to fund this project, the 2 problems with that would be, number 1, obtaining the grants, and number 2, the timing of the grants. Because for ours, it's a 6-month process, and 6 months later, if you find out you didn't get the grant, what do you do then? And so those are the 2 problems that come along with that. So within my school, the money saved was we were only able to, by the time we got the installation around, we were only able to look at it for a 2-3 week period, so you don't get as much return as you typically would. But even within that 2-3 week period, we saved around $3,000. If we were to extrapolate that for the entire year, we would have saved $3,000. And if you think about that, it would pay itself back in a couple years. So the environmental impact, which is what we're really focusing on, is so the typical energy consumption would be 213,000 kilowatt hours per month on average. And how much we saved would be 22,000 kilowatt hours per year in total. And this would amount to 18,700 pounds of CO2 in 1 year, emissions that we're preventing because of the LED lights. And so implications with this, if this were done in 9 neighborhood high schools, $27,000 would be saved, 168,000 pounds of CO2 would be prevented from being released, and 198,000 kilowatt hours of energy would be saved. Yeah, thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
Okay, directors. Director Weinberger.
Great job, and I like all the research you've done on it. Another area that I would be interested, and maybe you've already looked in this, is how lighting might affect students' learning, because I know fluorescent lights are harsher on the eyes, or something around if LED lights are better in that sense. So, but yeah, great job on your research.
Thank you.
Other directors, Director Ray.
Yeah, I would echo that. Wonderful resources, great research. I'm wondering, I don't know, did we get you connected with our sustainability department? Because I know they do a lot of work in this area and also seek grants for these kind of things. Did we get you connected with I think her name is Beth Church or Kim Rankin?
I don't think I got the opportunity to meet with them.
Okay, I'd love to, if we could help facilitate that, to get you connected, because they are just as passionate about this whole notion of sustainability as you obviously represented here tonight. So I would really encourage that to be the next step, is to work with them, because they may have some other resources and sources for grants to help you out with as well.
Awesome, thank you so much. I'd love to meet with them.
Yeah, my advice would be to connect with Mr. Cosgrove right back there. He can wave at you, our Chief Operations Officer. I believe we've done this in some of our schools already, so we can certainly pull that data and see what real-world savings we've had there. I would look at two things. I would look at grants. I would also look at just if we self-funded without grants, what would be our time for ROI? My simple math, and it's probably wrong, is 21. Let's see, we saved $3K a year, but spent $21K to do it. So it's about a 7-year horizon, and then you're on the plus side after that. So I would look at that data. And then the other thing I would do is I would go to our newly reestablished MBEC, our Mill Bond Exploratory Committee, because in lieu of grants or in addition to, this might be something we would consider for bond funding as well, to put in a bond should we run it in the fall. So I would look at that.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, any other directors? Okay, thank you. Moving to environmental sustainability.
Good afternoon, board directors. My name is Ryan Sprengel, and tonight I wanted to give a brief update on our new plan to offset the carbon emissions of Rock Canyon High School. So here's some background. In the spring of 2021, I had an idea for Eagle Club at Rock Canyon to offset the school's carbon emissions by the time I graduated from high school in 2023. Over the past 2 years, I have worked towards achieving this goal, the plan outlined in this presentation today. But first, I wanted to give an overview on how our goal changed since we last presented our idea in May. Firstly, we are shifting our overall goal to no longer encompass the emissions from students and Rock Canyon. Instead, we are focusing solely on the school's emissions. Because of this shift, we are no longer asking for $20,000 from the district's budget, which I'm sure is a relief to hear. Rather, we're going to raise $4,000 through fundraising events, which I will talk about later. Next, we are continuing to partner with the organization Treeplenish, which helped us successfully run a small-scale experiment on this project last year to ensure that our new plan can be executed. Lastly, we are shifting our focus away from district funding and more towards fundraising directly from the student body and parents of students throughout the Rock Canyon community. Next, we can go into the calculations. From the data I received from Ms. Church, we concluded that 780 trees need to be planted to offset the yearly emissions, which account for 1,870 tons of carbon dioxide, or roughly 37,000 pounds. The trees selected, once planted, can take in 48 pounds of carbon dioxide each year, again meaning that 780 trees would need to be planted to fully offset Rock Canyon's emissions. So without district funding, our main source of money to purchase the trees are donations and the outright purchase of trees by parents and students. So there are a couple of steps to this first plan. First, we will communicate with Rock Canyon administration to include the purchase and donation links in their newsletter. And then from there, parents and students have the ability to either buy the trees for themselves or donate to the cause. The next step in this process is actually obtaining the trees from Treeplenish directly. At the end of the advertising and fundraising process, we will inform Treeplenish of our total donation amount and the total number of trees that we need to purchase. From there, the Treeplenish will ship the trees to us. At this point, Rock Canyon Eco Club, which I lead, will take over the initiative and complete the final steps. So lastly is the tree planting process. We will set a specific date and time interval for buyers to pick up their trees at Rock Canyon High School. And then there will also be volunteers from Eco Club to assist buyers in planting the trees if they request assistance. So we will only be planting 2 types of trees, which are blue spruce and quaking aspen. And both of these trees have high survival rates at high elevations and are very drought tolerant, meaning that they can survive under circumstances surrounding little irrigation or water. And from our fundraising event last year, we were able to raise $355, allowing us to plant 71 trees, which is already 9% of our total goal. So we only have to raise another $3,645 to fully complete our project. So thank you for your time. We appreciate you listening to our new plan, and we look forward to exhibiting our results in the spring. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Hey, directors. Director Weiniger.
Great presentation. Please make sure to send me an invite when you're planting the trees.
Cool, I totally will.
Any other director comments? Okay, thank you. And we'll move to the Tech Advisory Group.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you for hearing us all out today. And I'm Adi, we're part of the tech group for student advisory group. And we'll sort of go over our presentation today on uniformly implementing a strategy for logging community service hours throughout the district.
All right, so a quick introduction to what Helper Helper is. It's a volunteer hour submission app. It manages tracking and makes submitting volunteer hours much more seamless than the paper forms. What we're trying to do is take Helper Helper and implement it to all 9 high schools and get rid of all the yellow paper forms.
And just a quick overview. So last year we worked on 2 different initiatives through tech. One of them involving Helper Upload and the other one involving a seminar for teachers to get more familiar with technology in the district. We decided to exclusively go with this one because we felt it would be more attainable and easier to implement throughout the district. So we collected a little bit of data through forms on student voices and how they feel their community service logging options either work for them or may be inefficient. And we also collect information on schools that currently use Helper Helper, which is Mountain Vista and Rock Canyon, where we both go to school, and schools that currently use paper forms, which are Thunder Ridge, Legend, DC, Chaparral, Pondo, Highlands Ranch, and Castleview.
So a couple of pros about using Helper Helper is not require any papers, no physical waste. Everything's done on technology, and the best part is that nowadays everybody has a phone or a laptop, so it's seamless through that. You can open it both on your laptop and your phone. There's built-in tutorials to how to help it, and it just takes off stress off counselors because they're bombarded with constant approvals for signatures. Now they can just do it from the comfort of their own home, just a quick verification, and that's all they need. And then counselors only have to validate the hours, and it goes straight to IC. There's no like inputting, manual input. It's all connected. There are a couple pros of the paper forms. It's just an easier way to sign, but overall Helper Helper is the main win in this scenario.
So some cons that we found with Helper Helper is it's harder to verify without a physical signature, and it does require a device cost of around $500 a year, which we've contacted counseling at Thunder Ridge and our school at Rock Canyon for information on how much of a financial detriment that actually was. And then we have 3 other students as a part of our subgroup that all went to their respective schools and found information about the feasibility of Helper Helper's implementation. So we'll add the data on that towards our presentation at the end of the year. And then some cons of paper forms is really that it requires an excess amount of paper, and then you have a lot of different intermediaries, so it puts a lot of stress on counseling and teachers. Versus with Helper Helper, you can directly communicate within the student and then the actual provider of the community service hours, and then also implement those directly into IC. So it's a relatively seamless process.
And then one thing I'd like to point out is though Helper Helper does cost $500 per year, it's $500 per year per school, so it fits within the school budget. So it's not really a con, it's just a con as that it costs, but it's cost effective towards the long run. So we gathered some input, as we said, through our survey, and the counselors who use it seem to love it, especially at our school. It's just much easier to do it through technology, though, instead of putting it manually through IC, and it adds up all the hours, so you don't have to manually add your hours, and that creates a lot of hassle if you do. We talked to our Principal Abner, and he said that the required yearly fund should not be an issue. $500 per year per school should be within the budget. So I think this is an overall win for the district throughout. And yeah, that is our presentation. Now we're open up to any questions you have.
Okay, directors. And Director Myers.
So in Helper Helper, they don't have the ability to do a electronic signature?
Oh, well, it's not an electronic signature. It's more like an electronic confirmation that you were there at that time. But then apart from that, that's all they need.
Because the only thing that I could see is it's probably difficult enough to get paper forms signed, and now you're going to have to get people to make sure they can get electronic signatures or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, just wondering.
Yeah, one of my comments is it's another great opportunity for partnership. We have that app, and on one side, we have the students that need community service hours and volunteerism. And then the other side, we can plug you in with the need. One of the conversations I've had lately was with Mr. Steve Schultz. He's the Assistant Director of, let me get his title right, Assistant Director of Parks, Trails, and Building Grounds with the county. And they have an extreme need for volunteers, especially after their Initiative 1A passed for the open space. So for everyone listening out there, if you go to www.douglas.co.us/volunteer-opportunities. That's where you can find all the volunteer opportunities available that the county has. And we're talking volunteering with our aging population, parks and trails, sitting on advisory committees, even as students. And if you guys want to connect there might be a nice way to partner with the need, with the student workforce, with helper being that plug-in. And the last thing I'll say for all our schools and clubs is Mr. Schultz, and it's S. Schultz, SSHOULTZ at douglas.co.us. He said if you want to put together any programs for students, they will craft a date, time, and activity that aligns with what you want, and they will set it up officially through the county so you can get your community service hours. So I think we got a great opportunity to partner with the county, put the district together, and then use helper technology just to track all that stuff. And I'll get that info to Mr. Cheney so he can get it to you. Any other comments, questions from directors? Okay, thank you guys, and we'll move on to
Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll definitely look into
encouragement, empowerment, and education.
Hello, directors. My name is Juan Pablo Briones, and I am a senior at Rock Canyon High School.
Hello, my name is Aspen Heppy, and I am a sophomore at Rock Canyon High School.
We are here to represent the diversity and equity subgroup of SAG. So, off the bat, we have decided to actually create a campaign focusing on what we have called the 3 E's: education, empowerment, and encouragement. It's a 3-step plan in order to create a more accepting and welcoming Douglas County School District. So, here is the implementation and the overall model of what it will look like. So, it follows a start-like model, which means that it will include an outside organization visiting English classrooms, as they are the only mandatory school class through all 4 grades of high school, and they will be focusing on spreading current LGBTQ youth struggles within the community, as well as some historical evidence to prove and to create a more accepting and unified district through education, because as we all know, we are here to unify through education.
And these are some of the organizations that we have researched and are looking into contacting for our said project. We have not yet contacted them yet, but if we do get approved of it, that is when we will start implementing our plan.
So, absolutely over the summer. Well, first we will present in May with a more well-defined plan, including the most particularly cost-efficient outside organizations to present to the students. And that research will be done accordingly over the following semester. Moreover, if we do gain approval over the summer, we will contact the organizations to hire, which would result in us in the outside organizations presenting to the English classes in middle to late September.
Yes, and we are doing the English class, I don't know if you said it or not, because English is the one mandatory class for all of high school students. And so far, looking into the future as well for diversity and equity, we should move on to the encouragement and empowerment after we finish the education piece. So when people like me move on to junior and senior in SAG, we will then focus on encouragement and empowerment. Thank you guys so much.
We would love to hear any feedback regarding the next steps or any potential redirections.
Okay, directors, comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, I think that's our last presentation. So at this point, I'd like to thank all, you guys can have a seat, and I'd like to thank all our presenters from the SAG. And, yep, big round of applause. And thank you to Mr. Cheney and Ms. O'Neill for bringing the students in, and we look forward to your end of the year presentations. I would say if there's any questions that the students have in between time on any of these projects, please go to the superintendent or the required staff member. You can certainly go through our board liaisons if you need additional feedback between now and then. And I guess I'll turn it over to the 4 leadership students here to close us out.
So we just wanted to thank everyone here today, again, all the board members and Superintendent Kane. All our students, all our members have put in a lot of hard work, and we all really appreciate all the feedback that you've given us.
And we would like to especially thank our board liaisons, Director Myers and Director Ray, for all their support and the feedback that they've given to all of our groups. So thank you.
And then I would also like to thank Mr. Cheney and Ms. O'Neill for always being with us and supporting our leadership team. And is there anyone else to thank? I don't think so. Yeah, good job, everyone that presented.
All right, now I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but we never want to limit our student time here in contact. And by the way, for those that are looking at the recording or the transmission here at home, it has been great to have more students by far sitting in the audience than parents and other folks tonight. So thank you, students, all that attended for the awards and for the presentations. And at this point, we will take a 10-minute break and we will restart at 6:35. Thank you. Come back into session, and we are picking up with item number 8, which is our retention strategies related to 5A. 10-minute presentation, and since we don't have students involved, we'll hold you to that, and then a 20-minute board Q&A.
But we're delivering good news. Thank you. So I will be presenting along with our amazing CHRO, Amanda Thompson, a little bit about our short-term retention strategies. So just to give you a little bit of background, or our public really a little bit of background, after we did not pass 5A, the Board of Education asked staff to go back and look at short-term retention strategies that we can use one-time money for, to be able to ask our staff to hold on, for another year as we continue to work on getting funding for more permanent solutions. I want to make sure that I say out loud there's a difference between short-term retention strategies, so this is our how we'll get to the next sprint, and long-term retention strategies, which Ms. Thompson and her team are working very diligently on and will be part of the Human Resources Update on February 28th. Okay, so I put it all in one slide, and then Ms. Thompson's going to explain each one in detail, the fine print. But these are the things that we can do with one-time money. We will do another $2,000 para-includable retention stipend. This time we're going to include 110 employees, and Amanda will go over all of the rules in September of 2023, just like we did coming into this year, except now we're telling them in January instead of telling them in May. And I want to make sure that I emphasize para-includable. So para, of course, bases retirement on your 3 years highest average salary. Our employees will now have had 2 years in a row where they have $2,000 more in salary that will be contributed to that highest average salary, which particularly makes a difference for our classified staff, but makes a difference truly for all of our staff. That's number one. Number two, a modest ongoing pay increase based on new state revenue. We've talked about that before. We know we have new state revenue coming in due to inflation, and we will be able to give modest ongoing pay increases. So will every other district. So it won't help us close the gap, but we want to make sure our employees know that that's coming. And we heard so much feedback from a lot of our employees who were over their cell on our step and lane, and they were not able to get ongoing increases, and as well as a lot of our 110 employees. And truly, we need to hold on to everyone. So for this time, for this modest pay increase, it will be an ongoing base pay increase for everyone, including if you're over cell, including if you're over whatever. Everyone will get an ongoing increase, modest. Next, an employee benefit. We will be adding one-time money to tuition reimbursement. Now that we have lanes in our step and lane schedule, we have a budget for tuition reimbursement to allow our staff to further their education. You can imagine now that we have lanes, the tuition reimbursement fund for the whole year was gone in like 2 months. And so we are going to refill it significantly this year with one-time monies to make sure that we can get as many of our employees to be a part of that as we can. We are going to go ahead and right now in January, guarantee our employees that their health premiums will not increase in 23-24. So even if the district sees an increase going into 2023-24, we will hold our employees flat, and they can count on that because we're going to tell them that right now. Now, how can we do that? We can do that because this is one-time money. Why do we have one-time money? We have one-time money for two reasons. One, we have a fund balance, of course, but truly because of the labor shortage, because we can't fill our positions, we have a significant amount of vacancy savings this year. It doesn't help us pay more competitively, but we're going to use every dollar we can to help retain our employees, and that's how we are able to do these things that are one-time. And then the last one-time change is to increase employees' personal day balance by 1 day on July 1st. That's not 1 day every year. It's just 1 day, 1 time, but it's a start. Next slide, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to go into further detail on each of our strategies. So in terms of employee compensation, we want to assure all of our employees that we aren't making any changes to our pay structures. The step-in lanes remain. Our pay ranges for non-licensed remain. There will not be any shifts in that. We know we've heard here and there that people think that, you know, the step-in lanes are going to go away. They are not. So please, all of our employees know that we will continue with this. We are awarding steps and lanes when we isolate licensed. That means horizontal advancement processes. So in terms of details for the stipend, $2,000 would be offered for the retention stipend for regular full-time positions who have FTE of 0.75 or greater, and those with less than 0.75, it would be $1,000. This includes our 110 post-retirement employees. It's parent-includable as stated, and it will be paid out in September of 2023. Similar qualifiers, just as we did this past year. Also, the pay increases, we'll announce more specifics this spring so our employees know what to expect. And also want to reiterate, this is to the base. Those over their range, it will go to their base. It will not be a one-time pay of 2% in the past. We are really excited to be able to continue to honor our employees and continue to advocate in our commitment toward future funding. Tuition reimbursement. As shared earlier, we'll be adding additional monies to this year's tuition reimbursement fund. Right now, we've processed 178 of our tuition reimbursements and utilized all that money in October. And that's sooner than usual. Right now, we also have 114 plus employees from all employee groups who are on the wait list and also would like to apply for tuition reimbursement for this school year under our budget. In terms of employee benefits, as shared, we really do honor the fact that it's been a priority of Douglas County to shield employees as much as possible from annual health premium increases. It's just the state of healthcare these days, and it's very typical for it to go up annually. Again, we want to make sure that our employees are not impacted by the increase, and so they will receive the same premium rates, and we'll share more in an upcoming board meeting. In addition, we will be expanding and adding not only an additional leave day, we will also continue to expand our employee discount program. And we'll share about that further in some long-term strategies, but we encourage our employees to visit this link and on our HR website on so many discounted opportunities in terms of lots of partnerships with our local businesses and discounted rates for our staff. And please know that, again, we find the importance and value of this impact of protecting our employees as much as possible from all of the increasing rates, whether it's goods and services, supporting their personal needs through an added additional, personal day. Oh, I think. Health and wellness, sorry about that. We continue to want to make sure our employees are taking care of themselves and that of their family. That includes not only that work-life balance and giving them permission to do so, but also to foster healthy habits and take a moment to take care of their individual needs. And we know it's difficult sometimes for employees to take time off to do so. So what we are continuing to do is developing in the short term, which we know will turn into a long-term benefit, is develop partnerships with our healthcare providers in Douglas County to secure some screening days so that our teachers and other employees on particular non-contact days can be assured and can plan to take care of themselves, participate in those health screenings, and make it very easy for them to access and set up ahead of time. In addition, it's really important as well for us to ensure that we are providing opportunities for fun, for promotion of climate and culture within all of our buildings and departments, and again, taking care of themselves. And therefore, we'll be providing a modest one-time budget for all of our buildings to determine what is best for their employees and what that would look like, whether that's providing a lunch for everyone during the a really tough time of year. For example, February is the time in which individuals, you've got report cards, you've got conferences coming up, and so many other things. Just those little bits of positive moments make a lot of opportunity for people to feel valued and just enjoy the environment in which they work. Also, we'll continue to start our conversations with leaders around ensuring our employees have that protection of teacher planning time and or any time of team planning or collaboration time, and then looking at teacher work days and seeing what other kind of opportunities for flexibility that can be offered for our staff. We know that it is always important to make sure that we gather feedback from the system and get perspectives. And we have done so and will continue to do so. Recently, we met with our employee council, and thank you, Superintendent Kane, for joining me and engaging with our council on their thoughts on these short-term strategies. They fully supported each of the items that we have presented to you this evening and believe that it will be well received in the system and fully appreciated. We will continue to work with them as we develop the long-term strategies as well. In addition, back at the December board meeting, one of the public comments included the Douglas County Federation sharing some holiday cards, which offered appreciation and requesting and providing input on what could matter out there in the system to our employees. That includes an added personal day, looking at how we use teacher planning time, the work days, and then looking at committee representation. As always, we continue to seek feedback from multiple resources, whether that's emails, whether that's informal visits, in every opportunity that we have to speak with employees, whether that's especially Mrs. Kane or any of us. In addition, as we develop our long-term strategies, we will continue to be sure that we're engaging in multiple ways.
Okay, so this may lead some of our taxpayers to ask, if you can do all these things, do you still need 5A? We absolutely do. The reason that we need to do all of these things with our one-time money, because we haven't been able to fill all of our positions this year, is that we can't pay competitively. None of these things is going to close the $18,000 average teacher salary gap that we have. And even when we are able to issue a modest increase due to new state revenue, other districts will see the same new state revenue, will issue the same kind of increase, and that $18,000 gap will still continue. And we know that, and we want to make sure that our employees hear that we value you, we appreciate you. We are doing every creative thing that we can to get every dollar that we possibly can to make your workplace as happy as it can be, to make you feel appreciated, and to take care of you financially to the extent that we are able to. But an essential component of retention of our employees is a continued commitment to go after funding so we can pay them so that we can pay them more competitively. That's an essential commitment of retention. And then finally, next steps, budget approvals. So all of these short-term strategies are covered by vacancy savings from first semester. The retention stipend will be covered by vacancy savings from second semester. If there is a need to pull a little bit from fund balance for that retention bonus, we can absolutely do that. Because again, this is a one-time expense. Any portion, so that's the budget piece. You'll see the budget approvals coming. In terms of communication, it's our plan to communicate with employees about these short-term strategies very quickly, maybe even as early as tomorrow morning. So, but sometime this week, we will make sure that a communication goes out to staff so that they know what we're doing and what to expect and can get all their questions answered, because it's January. We want to grab them before they're putting in applications for other places or whatever. And this provides some certainty. not only with the retention stipend, but also knowing their benefits will remain flat. They're going to have some certainty going into what next school year looks like instead of not really knowing what their situation will be until June. As part of the communication with staff, I'll be doing a virtual staff town hall. Many staff take advantage of that and many watch the recording later, where I will do a full Q&A. We'll also be talking to the district leadership team, and I'll be offering to help with their staff to the extent they would like that. And then we absolutely are looking at long-term retention strategies. We have some really amazing ideas that we are so excited to share with you all. It will include the recommendations from our Equity Advisory Council. They've been working really hard on strategies for recruiting and retaining staff. It will also include feedback from our system as well as our employee council. And we decided we're going to give you just a little flavor tonight of what to expect from some of our long-term strategies. But we're looking at housing options for teachers and staff that are more affordable, and we have some proposals on the table from various entities that we'll be talking to you about in February. We're also looking at making the path to becoming a teacher something that we can cover and take care of here in Douglas County so that it won't cost people $6,000 to get an alternative teacher's license. That's a really big deal. So, and that I have to thank Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Thompson for making that possible. We're working with the state. We're really close to coming to an agreement where we will be able to help our employees go to the next level, whether that's they're an EA right now and they want to become a teacher, or they're a teacher and they want to add special education, whatever it might be, we're going to try to make those pathways as easy and no cost for our staff as we possibly can in the spirit of growing our own. I'll also talk a little bit about, you may remember from way back in my interview, we talked about how can we really grow our own teachers among our kids. And staff has done an incredible job of making that a reality. And we'll talk a little bit about that too, along with all of our other long-term strategies. So that's just a little teaser of what's to come. That's all we have. First, retention strategies. What questions can we answer?
Okay, a little long, but we will take it out of questions. Opening up to the board for any comments and questions. Directors. Director Myers.
Just quick about the 110s. Are teachers limited on how many years they can participate in a 110 program?
We don't restrict that. It's
Okay.
In partnership with a position that they're offered, and principals would recommend that to HR.
And that's a savings to schools, right?
I can get you more of that information, but yes, it's at their pay in a 110 is at a different rate.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
and we're pleased that that's a retention opportunity for us.
And
Thank you.
we need our 110 employees, so we want to make sure we're holding on to them too.
Yeah, I really look forward to, thank you for providing the next plan as well, so we didn't lose some of the long-range things that are coming that I think are pretty innovative and exciting, at least according to the rumor mill. Relative to the horizontal progression, the extra money for tuition reimbursement, does that come with any strings attached for the district? So as we're helping people move horizontally across that step and lane and we're giving them money for tuition, are they required then to stay with the district in exchange for that reimbursement, so we make sure that we're not upscaling teachers that are then going to go leave or go somewhere else?
Thank you for that question. Right now, we don't have anything built in terms of to qualifiers that would meet that. However, historically, we haven't seen that has been a large problem at all.
Okay, maybe something we would look at when we talk about fully jumping schedules. If we pay, say, for EAs to become qualified, especially in our special needs areas or other areas of needs, maybe we should look at that. That's a much larger investment and may require, in my mind, some type of ROI for the district.
And we had that formerly in place in terms of the Career Pathway Development Alt License Program, and that would be something that would continue, so we'll be sure to share that out.
Okay, and one last comment. Have we looked at increasing potentially the credit that we give for previous experience for teachers that are coming into the district, either out of state or from neighboring districts? I know that we have a cap on that, and I think all board members have received some emails and commentary on how low that cap may be. Is that something else we may look at as a district to raise that cap and credit more hours for experience to get those highly qualified teachers and staff in?
Thank you for that. So a quick couple things. So we are unique in that right now, Douglas County, we have 3 different schedules. And so other districts, the majority of them, they have 1. And so their strategy for hard to hire or extremely hard to hire is to add more years on 1 schedule. We have also received information over time this year, an implementation of our step and lanes, and we continue to take that feedback and collect many, many bits of feedback on ways to improve our pay system and our structures. And that is something that we will look at and have further discussion about. But that again would require, it's a more of a long-term sustained funding piece that we would want to make sure that we could provide should that change in the future.
Okay, thank you, CHRO Thompson. Got to get the letters right. I see Director Ray has a comment. Director Ray?
Yeah, first of all, there are so many things I love that you've put in here that you presented tonight. And I just want to just celebrate that for a moment and thank you. Especially love that we're talking about this now. As Superintendent Kane said, it really provides some certainty for our people before we get into the hiring season, for them to see that we're making really good effort to do everything we can to hold on to them and give them that promise that we're going to continue working on this as much as we need to. So I want to just say thank you, especially to the stipend, because I know this is, I think, the 3rd year that we've done a stipend of this manner, and I love that we're doing it now instead of May. So just want to celebrate Ms. Thompson, Superintendent Kane. Thank you for doing so much work in advance in response to, the disappointment of 5A not passing, but at the same time, really showing a commitment to our employees that we're going to do everything we can to show you value. I also want to just love the fact that the Douglas County Federation holiday card, it seems like you've touched on every single one of those items that they put on there that they really felt would really help communicate a message to our employees that we are working on things to help make their employment even better in Douglas County. So I just want to acknowledge that. I know a lot of this takes place next year, though. So we have the additional personal day, we have the stipend taking place. And I guess one of my questions would be, have we thought about doing one of those things now, like even the flexibility around teacher work days? I know our teachers have said if they could work remote on those days, especially if they're days that are not staff development, that they're days truly for working, can we put something in place now for our current employees so we're not waiting until the following school year? So that's my first question.
Sure, I can address that. So a couple of comments. One, we're really trying to make sure that we're retaining our employees and encouraging them to come back next year. So, our primary goal was putting that carrot out for next year because we want to hold on to them till next year. I fully appreciate the idea of a more immediate gratification too. We understand, we hear, and we're going to continue to examine what we can do as we get through this year and know more about our available resources. On the request for protection of teacher planning time and flexibility around teacher work days, that request was at our last board meeting, I think right before break. We are not in a place to commit to that without talking to all of our school leaders and talking about what implications that has in schools. We just need to make sure that we're all working together collaboratively. So as much as it's really tempting to hurry up and make those kinds of decisions, we want to make sure that we are talking to our school leaders in our schools about what's practical and realistic for and what's happening in our schools, and just making sure we can find a good spot to be. But that's as Amanda said in the charts, we plan on engaging in that conversation. I just want to be really careful about making a decision that impacts all of our schools and school leaders without really talking to them about what we're in a position to do and what we're not.
Great. And I know it goes without saying, but my assumption is all of the things we talked about tonight applies to our classified employees as well.
Oh, yes. And in fact, Director Ray, I will say, I have two quick comments about that. One, when we talked to Employee Council, I believe it was one of our licensed staff said, what she said to us was she loves the $2,000 stipend, retention stipend, because it makes such a massive difference. Really, $2,000 makes a huge difference to everybody, but it makes a huge difference to someone who's making minimum wage. That makes much more of a difference than giving them a raise of $300 a year. It just makes a huge difference. And so that was definitely a comment and a feeling in Employee Council is just what a big difference that $2,000 infusion makes for our classified staff. So yes, we are talking about all staff members, same for the personal day.
That's great. I have no more questions. I love it. These are great strategies. The only other one that we didn't touch on from the Douglas County Federation was the ask to have a DCF member on each of our committees. I know that's that's not necessarily in the arena of Superintendent Kane and Ms. Thompson, but something we probably should talk about as a board if we want to discuss responding to that request with at least our board committees.
Yeah, thank you, Director Ray, and I agree. That's obviously, I think of all the things that the DCF offered, most were operational, so superintendent, cabinet on down, which I think have been addressed tonight or will be addressed after more consultation. But the other one is really for our board members to take to our chairs of our committees and get feedback on, which we can also do that as those start back up. Other director comments, questions? Okay, appreciate the board getting us back on time, and we will move to item number 9, core reading implementation update, which I assume will be delivered by Mr. Reynolds. "15-minute presentation, 10-minute Q&A.
Thank you very much. Before we get started with that 15 minutes that's allotted, I would like to show a video. We were able to go out and visit some of our schools, and I know you all do some visiting of our schools to see these programs in action. So rather than speak to these in a vacuum, I thought it'd be great to be able to show a video of these programs in action.
First of all, tell me your opinion that you wrote.
I think stars are amazing in the night sky.
Okay, and what was your first reason for supporting that opinion?
They look like shining diamonds.
Okay, excellent. So you were thinking that you love them because they look like shining diamonds. And did you find a detail in our text that helped you support that reason?
Yeah, it's the swirling gases help make them twinkle.
Okay, what page was that on?
Page 4.
Awesome.
In this next set, I'm going to tell you the whole word and you break it into phonemes for me. Are you ready? Scarf.
Scarf. Scarf.
Turtle.
Turtle.
Say tooth.
Tooth.
Take away the
Tooth.
Good job. Now we're going to change that middle sound and we're going to make it make the superhero I. Say fight.
Fight.
Say fight.
Fight.
Tap it. Fight. What do you think you need? Okay, try it. See if it looks right. Okay.
Fight.
Good. Okay, slow check it for me. Put your finger underneath the first part. Right. It's a nice job. So this combination says I in the middle. We took away just the I and we added more letters and it changed the whole sound of the word.
We will be comparing and contrasting characters. Now, we know this, but just to double check, right? What is a character? Kira?
It's not just someone that plays an important role in the story. It actually makes up it's the character that makes the story happen. Rising action, the climax, the resolution, and all of that.
Oh my goodness, see, Miss Kira here is showing us how everything is connected. All those lessons we do, they all merge together to make us successful readers. You are turning and talking with your literacy partners. What did you find that was similar or different? And then you'll be putting your sticky notes up here. Go ahead and start.
Rabbit similar in both stories because he is being silly in both stories. Rabbit is joking in both stories. What would you like to use?
That's your pencil. I can't even call that a pencil. That's a noun. I'm gonna get you. So what's the next word?
Bubble.
Bubble, bubble. What do you hear? Bubble.
Red.
Bubble. Yep. So where do we think it goes? If you didn't even look at the word.
B-L-E.
Yep. You hear that B, 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 B. And if you look at it, you can see B-L-E also.
First of all, Tom.
All right, perfect. I do want to thank David Tybor, our videographer, for capturing that, as well as the two teachers that allowed us to go into a room and capture those. These programs really are about what's living and breathing in our classrooms, and so I thought it would be a great opportunity to be able to show that. Before we actually get started with really the all-stars that we're going to bring up and have conversations with, I just wanted to provide some background of where we are with our core reading program implementation. We're really in year one of full implementation. Last year we had some schools piloting the programs, and you're going to be hearing from a few of those schools tonight. And we're really looking at implementing these 3 programs. And so we're at year one. We're at a very exciting time with what we're doing. And in terms of goals, objectives, and primary focus, one of the things that is a primary focus for us is implementing any new program is making sure that it's a positive experience for those that are implementing. We know that when you're trying to implement something, if it's not a positive experience, then it's not going to be implemented well. So you'll hear that from the folks that are joining us tonight. Another thing that we're looking at is making sure that those instructional routines, this is not done in isolation. Our teachers have completed the 45 hours of the science of reading training from the state as well. So it's incorporating the program with that training that they happened to get from the state as well. So those are our priority focus for this year. Now, a great thing for me is I'm going to turn the mic over to some of our practitioners. We do have 3 schools with us. Each of these 3 schools really represent one of the 3 different programs. We've got Benchmark Advance, Benchmark Workshop, and Wonders as well. And I'm going to invite them up to really share their experience about what they're seeing with this program and really have a conversation about how these programs are going in their building. So I'm going to start with Cherokee Trail. Josh Miller and Ashley Jakubikowski are going to come up here and really give an overview of what they're seeing with these programs.
This one? Yeah. I feel like I'm ordering at Burger King. So thank you for having us out here tonight. It was actually really fun to see some of our first grade teachers out there, and I really wish they could be here, but I made them stay home because they have to teach our kids tomorrow. So really for us, the most important thing to be able to put this all together was the impact on our students. And so for us, we are a highly impacted school. We've got lots of kids coming in and out. For example, we had 9 brand new students start yesterday. And so that's a big change for us. And so for our students, we need stability. We need to have alignment through K through 6. And so that really, really helped our teacher. And then coming out of the pandemic and just lots of teachers needing subs, we had 2 or 3 long-term subs in our building, and they just to be able to come in seamlessly. So just kind of some background pieces to that. We want to just highlight some stuff that's just specific to us at Cherokee Trail. I know speaking with Matt ahead of time, he loves data, so I thought I'd throw some in there for him. The most important thing for us, like I said, we are highly impacted. 61% of our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students have already met or exceeded their typical growth. We pulled that data this morning, and that is absolutely huge for us. Our students are coming in well below grade level, and so by having them meet their exceeded growth already is astronomical, because they need to be able to go above their typical growth for multiple years in order to catch back up. So that is our largest piece, and a shout out to our interventionists, one of which was on that video you saw earlier. The second part of that is 70% of our students have already met their typical growth, and that's kind of holistically school-wide. And for us at our school, that is ginormous. We were so happy to see that. Down there you can see kind of where we were in 2019, and then you can see where we are in 2022. And even though those numbers aren't as cool as what these guys will talk about later, it's huge for us. Next, and this is another really important piece, is teachers feel more supported in their planning. Before, when we would meet as collaborative teams, what you'd see is different things in different classrooms. None of it is wrong, but it's different. And as kids move up the food chain, then they have different language. Things are talked about differently, and so it's hard for kids to build upon that thing. Now that we have an aligned curriculum, it's so much easier for them to be able to plan not only horizontally within their teams, but also vertically. And so when we meet in our schools, we have our grade levels banded together. So our K1, our 2, 3, 4, 5, they all meet together. Sixth grade, they departmentalize, so it's a little different, but they have those banded together so they can talk about what the students are able to do moving up and then having those collaborative conversations, which leads us to our next piece is, like I said, we are so impacted. We've got lots of interventionists, so our teachers are then able to meet with those interventionists, and the big benefit for us is Benchmark Advanced has all of these tools within it. So all of our interventionists are still using the Benchmark Advanced intervention kits for all of our students, which has been really helpful, and then it's seamless within our building. Our beginning of the year data was better than any previous year. We started iReady in 2016, and so we went back and looked at every single time at the beginning of the year, and our students are starting off better this year than they ever have before. We could be more intentional around our professional learning communities, and that's a huge big rock for our district. And so for us, we're able to take that vertical alignment and have some of those conversations. It also benefits our early career teachers. Just as kind of a quick story, actually my PLS at our school had to come in and jump into class for 3 weeks. We had a teacher who decided to take her talents elsewhere in the middle of the year, which is always super fun. And so she just jumped in, was able to open the book, and she just went seamlessly in there. And then we had a brand new teacher start after she left. And again, there was no drop off. You know, obviously it's hard for the kids to have different teachers, but academically they didn't suffer because it's the same piece. For us, it's also a more robust assessment system. We actually met with, a third of our teachers today and just talking about where our kids are academically, and they were able to speak with exactly where they are. And that benefits our parent community as well because it becomes so much more transparent for what our parents are looking for. Our parents want to know, are our kids growing? And we can show them that. Not only can we talk about it, they can see it themselves. And I've already kind of mentioned quite a bit about that vertical alignment piece, K through 6. The reason why we chose advanced, it's very structured, and so that has been a huge help for us, and also has that 6th grade component. So without further ado, I think it's Mandy's up next, and so like I said, we get a lot better as we go along. So you got the D team first, and we'll end up with the closer back there. So it'll be outstanding. So thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And so for acronym soup, PLS, Professional Learning Specialist, if I have that right, and our PLCs are Professional Learning Communities for those following on it along at home.
And the SLPs are speech teachers. So.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mandy Hill. I'm very proud to be the principal at Sage Canyon Elementary. This is Stephanie Crow, our PLS, and Sarah Lang, our 1st grade teacher. We're one of our 1st grade teachers. I owe both of them coffee for tomorrow morning because she's staying. I'm going to talk very little because they have a lot to say, but we were fortunate enough to pilot Benchmark Workshop last year. We chose Workshop because it gave us a little bit more flexibility. We've always been a project-based learning school, and it gave us the flexibility to try to keep some of those components within our content and still have that flexibility, to implement all of our science of reading and the new program. So Benchmark Workshop really was a great fit for us. And then I'm going to have the experts talk.
So just a little bit more, I know a lot was covered with the last school as well, but being year 2, we feel very lucky this year. We felt very alone last year. I'm sure some of the other schools did as well, but now we feel like, okay, we're kind of leading the way. We've got schools coming to visit, which has been really great as well. But system-wide, it's been awesome to see the continuum, the consistency. So we'll go from classroom to classroom when we see the anchor charts. You saw some of those in the videos. And our teachers are able to take those and tailor them to the grade level that they work with. So that's been very exciting to see. The vocabulary that's going across. We have one of our RTI teachers here as well, and she's seeing that vocabulary and the understanding going between Tier 2, Tier 1, Tier 3. I would say that our conversations are a lot deeper. There's things we didn't realize we weren't teaching because of having that continuum, and not that, or things that we're realizing we can go more in depth on, and things that we don't have to go as much in depth on. Our scores are highly increasing across, you'll see within not just the overall scores, but if you dig into the components of reading, our K1, there's like hardly anything in red right now in the middle of the year for phonics and phonemic awareness. So again, that's been incredible to see system-wide. Our parents as well, we're sending home, because they come in workbooks, they're consumables, we're able to send those home after a unit, and parents can really dig in and see what students are doing. Students enjoy writing in the books. We're seeing that across K-5 as well, so it's hands-on, which is so much better than just having a book that they're looking in. So those are some of the things we're seeing from this leadership standpoint, and then we're gonna let one of our most amazing teachers come up and talk, first grade.
So I teach some of our youngest readers and writers as a first grade teacher. First grade is a huge year for learning how to read, and Benchmark has allowed us to really not only have the growth in the learning, but also the engagement from the students. So the students love to read, they love to write. They came in today wanting to jump right back into workshop. When are we gonna do writer's workshop? When are we gonna do reader's workshop? Because they love it. They love being able to grow their craft. They love the vocabulary. They came in from kindergarten knowing things that we've never had first graders know before. And that has set us up for real success in first grade, being able to build upon what the kindergarten teachers taught them through all of the commonalities that we have in the program. At Benchmark, workshop has also allowed me to become a better teacher and a teacher mentor to others through allowing other teachers to come into my classroom and watch me teach, and through leading Benchmark coffee chats throughout the district, allowing us to kind of collaborate, as well as the collaboration that occurs on our team and on our school. So we're seeing really great success from the program.
And I have to jump in and just say that Sarah is new to Douglas County from outside the state. We got lucky enough to grab her last year, was it, year before? Yeah. And right away, she's already had teachers in her room. We've got teachers coming in her room again. She's ready to be videoed. Christy Cryer has come. She stayed up late tonight, so kudos to Sarah. So just to recognize one of our great teachers. Yep.
Okay, and our last school that's going to provide some perspective on wonders, Stone Mountain, Michelle Frenchie and her crew.
Hi, everybody. Similar to Mandy, I owe these two fabulous people some coffee because I was like, oh, we'll probably be done by 6:30. You'll be home in time for dinner. Or 9 o'clock. So I just wanted to thank you guys for inviting us. We are so excited to share our experiences with Wonders, our Tier 1 program. Similar to Mandy and Sage Canyon, we were a pilot school last year for the district for Wonders. So this is our second year of implementation. And in the past, instruction similar to what Josh said, it was just in different places. It wasn't bad. It wasn't, necessarily stellar. It was just in different places. Everyone was doing sort of what they knew. After our staff did dive into the science of reading, after we implemented this Tier 1 resource, we decided we need to move forward because we need to do better for our kiddos. The two people behind us are the two people that you want to hear from that do better for our kiddos. So I have Brooke Vincent now, who who teaches 3rd grade, and then Kelly Spahn, who teaches 5th and 6th grade literacy.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Brooke Vincent, and I teach 3rd grade, as Michelle just introduced. I first and foremost, and I know this might cut into our time, so I apologize, and I'll go quickly, but I'm not going to let this moment pass without thanking you for recognizing the importance of retainment in teachers, and I just need you to hear how valuable that is for the people who work day in and day out for our district. And so I just need you to hear that. So moving right along though, one of the things that I love about having a Tier 1 curriculum is the common themes that you hear throughout tonight. You hear a common theme of growth. You hear a common theme of connection. You hear a common theme of vertical and horizontal alignment. You hear a common theme of confidence and being able to put your best foot forward. And so I really can't articulate enough the vital importance importance of having a Tier 1 curriculum in schools for the success of teachers and for the success of their students. So I'm super excited to share with you some of the things that I've learned with Wonders and some of the things that have been really positive for me in my classroom. Wonders is immensely rigorous, and that's a really wonderful thing for our kids. We want to continue to push them and help them continue to grow and think differently and think creatively. I mean, one of our mottos is learn today, lead tomorrow. And I truly believe that with Wonders, we are getting at that motto. They are grasping onto concepts that are far beyond what I've ever seen before in classrooms. And so I'm super impressed with how Wonders has been able to push kids in their depth of knowledge, in their ability to think outside of the box. And we see that not just within instruction, but also through the assessments that's coming out as well. The assessments really align well to high stakes testing. So what they see within their Wonders progress monitors and their unit assessments are directly lining up to what they're seeing on iReady and what they're seeing when they eventually will go and take CMAS. And I think that's incredibly important for them to be able to, practice those before they are put in front of a higher stakes test in April. And so I'm really proud of that with Wonders. And I'm going to pass the mic on to my amazing colleague, Kelly, who's going to talk to you a little bit more about vertical and horizontal alignment.
So, hi, once again, I'm Kelly Spond, and I think Ms. Frenchie picked me because I teach both 5th and 6th literacy, which has been a challenge this year, but Wonders has helped myself and my 2 other colleagues immensely. And I know I'm going to be repeating a lot, but in terms of alignment, Wonders makes it so easy for our teams to plan and account for everything that we're doing together. For vertical alignment, we know exactly what the kiddos are coming in with and what they need when they leave our classroom. And that's been really beneficial for me because I teach 5th grade in the afternoon, but 6th grade in the morning, and I'm clearly able to say, I know you guys learned this last year, and they're like, yeah, you're right. So I can really hold them. So the student accountability is much higher with this program because we're all using the same vocabulary. And I love that Wonders has such a strong scope and sequence. It tells you how many more times you're going to introduce this topic to the kids before they're expected to know it at the end of the year. And that's perfect, especially I know we heard from a 1st grade and 3rd grade teacher, but the upper grades, I think it's really important to hear that that's really important as well. I think the exact same vocabulary from all of us in our building, such as, okay, we're going to do our close reading routine. And they're like, okay, got it. We're going to do our respond to reading activity. They know exactly where to find that page in their reading and writing companion. Even phrases that we didn't use a lot in the past, such as author's craft. I mean, that's amazing that these kids now know what you're talking about. And referring to what other teachers said too, the anchor charts are consistent across the building. So that was more the vertical alignment. For horizontal alignment, obviously, I have 2 other teammates, and it just ensures that I think it gives comfort to our parents in the building that they don't need to request specifically a teacher. They know that they're going to get the same education no matter which class they're in, which I think is very important, especially when you have parents that, teachers have been around for a long time. They may choose them or want to choose them, but that doesn't matter. The new teachers are just as equipped. Our biggest deal with Wonders was it's so comprehensive. I mean, you could spend hours and hours and hours working with that resource. And so our collaborative teams thought it was really important to create loose and tight agreements regarding Wonders. I know some of our teachers at the beginning were kind of afraid that it was going to steal the craft of teaching. It does not. Ms. Frenchie will walk into a room for 5th grade maybe, and she'll see the same lesson, the same reading material, but teachers still have the flexibility to bring in their own personalities and how they teach it and how enthusiastic and inspiring they are to their kids. So teachers I think that's a lovely thing because I think some teachers were afraid that their personality would have to disappear, and it does not. But on the other hand, because it was so comprehensive, our school created, used the Douglas County priority learning outcomes to determine what we needed to be tight. So what we were so during our collaborative teams, we would say this is basically a non-negotiable. Every teacher, yes, you get to put your personality in, but every teacher will cover these vocabulary skills. We'll read the anchor text. We'll do the responder reading. We'll do the progress monitoring assessment. So that has been awesome as well. So overall, I am a huge Wonders fan. It helps our students understand literary skills, concepts, and objectives. And I think most powerfully, they see how it's all connected before they leave 6th grade. So they see the big picture. So thank you.
One more quick thing, something that our region is doing on February 17th is we are coming together as a Mountain Vista and Thunder Ridge feeder and having a PD day where all of the teachers are coming together and discussing the resource of Wonders. We have never had that opportunity before with literacy. Really exciting for us as principals and for our teachers. Last, I just wanted to give a shout out to Eric Mason and Aaron McConnell because they have been instrumental in the implementation of this resource. So thank you.
And I believe that's it for my slides, but I need to get to the last one. I don't know if you can do the manual process. There we go. To turn it over for possible questions for myself or other members.
Wow, just where to start. I am incredibly impressed by the ownership and commitment of the entire district to putting literacy, not just in terms of lip service, but the things that we heard tonight, I think is what we saw when every director has gone through our school. All 7 directors have been out visiting schools throughout the fall, and everything that you said tonight, I can attest to. We saw standardization. It didn't matter which classroom you were going in, which school you were going in. I got that summer benchmark and summer wonders and stuff, but boy, the consistency in what was going on across the district. Not only did we see that standardization, I saw parents. I saw a lot of parent volunteers filling the rooms. I saw PLSs really helping those parents and maximizing their volunteerism. Incredibly impressed. The interventionists, right? So for those students, the number of interventionists that we're bringing to apply to go and identify those kids early that need that little extra push or a different route, and to get those interventionists involved directly with the individuals was incredible. The robust assessment with the student accountability, I think, is outstanding. I think it's something we've lacked. And the last thing I'll say is the PLC teaming. Not only do we see the individual classrooms, we see the professional learning communities huddling up, and to hear that that's going beyond the individual schools, and we're really having the collaboration, commitment to each other, to support each other, not just within a school, but across our schools, and have the humility to take on those best practices for what are you doing that I can take on and do a little bit better. It's just overwhelming. I could not be happier with the focus in the district, and looking at some of those charts where we are coming out of the learning loss that we had during COVID is just exemplary. So well done. Sorry, I'm going to get choked up. This is great stuff. With that, just to think back, last thing, when we think where we were a long time ago with constructivism, when we were not allowing teachers to get up in front of the classroom and teach, and what we're doing now by trusting our staff, trusting our teachers, getting them the skills. And the last thing I'll say about standardization, I see that fear in the professional communities, bringing in checklists, bringing in standards. People say, then why do you need me? It's to get the critical things done and free up that expertise that all our staff has, and apply that expertise in unique ways to just further. So again, I'm done. Incredible job. Other directors. Director Ray.
I'm always missing those moments when you get choked up, President Peterson. I'm sorry.
There's a couple of them. I got to limit them.
Hey, I echo a lot of what was said, and would just say, you know, when the board previous to this one set our ends to say that we wanted to see a curriculum that was well articulated, aligned, that really did reveal scope and sequence. This is exactly what was envisioned, and it's just I'm just as delighted as Director Peterson is to see that come to fruition. and just knowing all the hard work that's gone into it for several years. This didn't just happen last year, didn't happen the year before, but it's been a lot of work that has led up to us really getting to a point where these resources really are making a difference. And I just want to thank the principals and the teachers that are here tonight. I also just want to say thank you to Ms. Spond for relieving some of my apprehensions, quite honestly. You talked about, those agreements of what are we going to stay tight with when we look at this resource versus what are we going to be more loose with. And certainly my visits in my school, if there's one thing that I hear a lot about is the same apprehension that you communicated, is that fear of, are we compromising that artistry of teaching by becoming so rigid in the resource that we don't allow for, like you said, Ms. Spahn, personality and strength. So really excited to hear that we're even at a place now where we can begin talking about those things to ensure that our teacher artistry is also valued, along with a resource that really does make sure that content, scope, and sequence are well articulated in all our schools. So thank you for that. One of the questions I have, we were at our Colorado Association of School Board conference in Colorado Springs, and one of the breakout sessions was on dyslexia. And one of the things that I found alarming was the stat that only 5% of our students are actually diagnosed early on with dyslexia, if they indeed have it. And I would just be curious, I don't know who would respond, but do you find that this program helps identify, screen, and really do that early identification? I mean, I was excited to hear Mr. Miller's stats around the level 2 and level 3 learners and the great success they're feeling. I'm wondering, though, about that dyslexic child in particular at that younger age. Does this program help us identify those students?
So I can take a crack at it, and I'll invite any one of my friends to really speak to that as well. In our role as a school system, we're not diagnosing dyslexia, but we're looking for those characteristics of students who show difficulty in reading. This program certainly helps with that because you're able to interact with students in an authentic manner with their reading, which is really, not only is it explicit in terms of the instruction, based on the science of reading, but you also have that structure that assists you with supporting those students who are having a difficult time with reading, whether it's a characteristics of dyslexia or another difficulty that they're having with reading. Those programs really, with their format, their structure, really helps with that. I do see a colleague behind me that wants to come up and share as well.
I would just jump in to echo, and I am seeing kind of the nodding from my principal colleagues. Specifically, it's really allowing us to drill down in those early grade levels where we may have holes and where we may have gaps, and where that may be just lack of instruction and we just need, some intensive intervention, or there may be a larger issue going on and we have to get into some higher tiers of intervention. So I think what it really does allow us to do is have that I-Ready assessment that will give us really great information, and then also give us those that scope and sequence of where kiddos should be, and if they're not there yet, what do we need to do to get there, and if they're still not getting there, what are we going to do about it? So it's really those multi-tiers in both programs. Is that good enough?
Okay. Other directors? I guess my very last one here would be, what did we learn, or what lessons learned did we take away from the massive professional development effort that took to get everybody through the science of reading and get ready to deliver these programs? Do we have any things that we're going to change going forward? I know there was a lot of work done to get ready for this year.
Yeah, there's a lot of learning had. I could probably spend another half hour on that, but I'll give you some cliff notes of it. Doing this at a time where you're performing the required training from the state, as well as implementing a core program, that's a lot. And I would never advise, another district to do it, but this is where we were. That's been a challenge. Another challenge is, implementing the science of reading along with the program of making sure that you're highlighting both, that it's not just the program, but it's those fundamental principles regarding the science of reading. That's a big thing. Another thing is time, teacher time. You know, our leaders have done a wonderful job of maintaining focus on literacy and maintaining focus on professional learning communities. And that's been a big learning for all of us. And just responding. When you're implementing something with professional development, our staff, our teachers, and our principals are not shy about providing feedback. And they've been wonderful about letting us know, you know, do you need to make changes to this professional development, or can we have more flexibility here? Or as you just heard, you know, a group of schools are going to get together and do their own professional development and our own learning in those. And so all of those are great learning opportunities for us as staff.
Final comments from directors, questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Ray.
Just one final comment, Director Peterson, if I may. I just want to say how wonderful it is to have our teachers and our principals in the room to talk about these things. I mean, this is really when I really feel a sense of pride when I see our people that can celebrate the work that they're doing in the classroom. So I just want to thank you. I know we have kept you up late, but for me, as one director, it just causes me a great deal of pride to listen to you. I also want to just, I can't remember who you credited the video with, but just again, what an incredible resource and tool for us to be able to spotlight what literacy looks like in our classroom. So I just want to say this was outstanding, and I really appreciate everyone that's here that contributed to it.
If I could have just a 30 seconds, I'd also like to thank the people behind me. It's awkward, I got to speak into a mic, but I'm thanking them. To be able to be here tonight, to be able to share their stories, and really an implementation of a program. A program is just a program, and these all folks are making it really happen for the betterment of our kids. And to come here late at night, I just can't thank them enough. So thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Reynolds and staff. Okay, moving on to number 10, the District Performance Framework presentation.
All right, so while he's queuing that up, this information I'm going to share with you, you all back in August got a memo that summarized our performance. The State Board of Education just voted to finalize performance frameworks. That vote did not impact us from a data standpoint. It's the same data that you saw in August. But this is typically the time that we talk about that just in case something comes up with formalizing our data. And there's also some new information that I'm going to share. You all have seen the Educational Accountability Act of 2009. These performance frameworks are issued in response to that as a way to annually review the performance of our schools. Within that performance framework, it comes in 3 different categories of achievement, growth, and post-secondary workforce readiness. I will talk about those categories in the near future because there will be a change that we'll see in 2 years. Those measures and metrics, they all come together to generate a score. That score may be the same, it's a percentage, but it does change over time, and I will talk about that as well. Academic achievement is based on English language arts and math and CMAS, as well as PSAT evidence-based reading and writing and math for high school. Academic growth is also based on those same assessments of CMAS and PSAT, and as well as SAT. And then post-secondary workforce readiness, there's a variety of different metrics that are part of that, including SAT dropout, graduation, and matriculation. This is one that we'll have to highlight over the next 2 years because we'll see changes in this category as well. Just as a reminder, the rating system for schools is slightly different than for districts. Schools, the highest they can get is a performance plan type, which is green. General rule of thumb with schools, green is good. With districts, we have that higher category of accredited with distinction, which is blue is better. And so as we talk about performance, green is the highest for schools, blue is what we aspire to as a district. This is the same information you've seen before. We are currently accredited with low participation. That low participation indicates that we haven't met the threshold for the 95%, which is the federal minimum standard for their accountability system. It does not impact our rating, but it's just indicated on there that we did not meet that. You can see the point totals for each of those different indicators, as well as the bar graph that shows where we are in the scale to get us closer and closer to that distinction. This is a breakdown by level. You'll notice the big difference here is post-secondary workforce readiness is only applicable to high school. And in the categories, growth is valued more than achievement. So you'll see that higher weighting of 60% for elementary, middle, and 40% for high school. I put this as a reference point, 2019, to see what our performance was in the past, so you can flip back and forth and see how they relate not only overall, but also on the more granular scale for elementary, middle, and high. This is also our performance over time. One thing you'll notice is there is that gap in there for 2020, 2021. That was the year that both testing was frozen as well as a pause to accountability. So we're re-engaging in the process of having accountability and performance frameworks. The cut score for accredited with distinction is 74. So we have that as kind of our goal, our guiding principle of where we want to be. And this is a comparison that we like to do, the same comparison that we've done for most of our data, which is our competitors, of seeing where we fit in terms of those that we compete for our talent, our teacher talent. You'll see that we're sitting right in second place, which is not a very comfortable place for us to be. We want to be number one. In terms of school performance, this is a general breakdown. Again, green is good, and that's as high as we can get for our schools. So the vast majority of our schools, 89%, are in that category. One thing that is different this year is our percentage of schools that are in this gray of insufficient data is higher. That has to do with the growth data not being available. So it's a truncated data set, so some of our schools didn't have enough data to generate a rating. That's unique to this year. Next year, we anticipate to have this one large 7% drop down to where it normally is. And this is a breakdown so you can see that historically. Historically, we're above that 90% performance typically in the few years leading up to 2020. That increase is a result of just having strange data with the transition. And at the top of the performance frameworks, you're going to see that language of transition. That's just an acknowledgement that we're transitioning back into a normal accountability system. Here's the new information. So when they approve the performance frameworks, one of the things that they do is they put a flat file out for us to be able to see how indicators are put together to create the performance frameworks. It's a great big spreadsheet. Love to look at it. Spend a lot of time diving into that. But one of the indicators that they show is they show the awards for our schools. It'll give a list by category where those awards are. So I can dig in there and find out what those are. So I'm happy to report that the total number, and that asterisk there is because this is not official. The state has not. They've released the information, but they have not put the awards out. That we have a total of 46 awards that are going to be issued, which accompanies 36 of our schools. A big celebration, especially considering what we're coming out of, that we have so many schools that are being acknowledged either for their excellence with achievement, which is John Irwin, the distinguished improvement, which is a growth indicator, and we also have a growth indicator for high schools specifically. So it's a great celebration. At a future meeting, we'll be bringing them forth and handing out their certificates, and at some point, our superintendent will be invited to the Capitol to shake hands with the governor and receive all of our awards, which is a great celebration. Some unique context with this performance framework. A few things, as I mentioned previously, it is a transitional year because we had limited data. So next year when we engage in this conversation, we'll have a more complete data set based on the state's assessment system. Student participation is always something that we look at. With parent excusals being something that's allowable by law, we do monitor that to see where we are as an organization. We have not recovered quite yet from full participation prior to 2019. And so that's something we're going to continue to look at. Of note, this performance framework in a transitional year, not only is it transition in terms of the assessments, we did not have science data this year because the science standards are new. Because the science standards are new, that test, they hadn't set benchmarks for what performance is. The State Board of Education just approved those this last fall. So the next time that we have a round of science testing, we'll actually have those included as part of an informational aspect to our new performance frameworks. So we'll actually be able to see student performance. Another thing that's new, I talked about post-secondary workforce readiness having changes. One of the changes is the addition of military enlistment as part of our matriculation data. That's something that's new. It was new in terms of us reporting it. It was new for them to be able to give information on how we did. The other thing that I want to show just as a picture was this idea of the truncated data set. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. You can see that there's certain grade levels that we didn't have reportable growth data for based on the fact that we didn't have assessments in 2021 to gather that data from. which is why we had some schools that did not have sufficient data to generate a rating or generate a plan type. This is going to be a short-term problem. This year, we're going to have a full selection of data because we'll have two consecutive years from 2022 and 2023 for have the data. In the future, we will have some changes to the school performance frameworks. That change process is going to take 2 years. Next year, we're going to be issued 2 performance frameworks for every school and our district. One is going to be for accountability purposes, and one is going to be for informational purposes. It's going to give us an indicator of some of these new performance indicators that are going to go into the framework. So for example, science is going to be introduced. That's not going to count for accountability, but we'll be able to see what we would have done if science were included. Another thing that's going to be included is a new indicator of on-track growth. That's going to be a new performance indicator that's going to be added, which instead of having our standard percentages of 60-40, we're now going to have a 55-35 and a new 10%. So as we think about our scoring is going to be impacted by this. We're going to have to interpret what that means for us to be able to look at our performance with that lens of knowing that there's new metrics involved. It's going to be an interesting time for us to disaggregate that data and look at it and see how we perform against these new indicators that are going to be added. New indicators are not new in terms of the performance framework. We respond to legislation just like every school and district in the state. When a new bill is passed that asks for new things to be measured, they incorporate it and we do our analysis and we respond in kind. With that, I will pause and take some questions.
Directors, questions? One quick question about the military enlistment quotas that'll be put on there. Does that also look at our students that enter officer programs, ROTC, things like that? Or does it solely look at direct entry into the military via enlistment?
No, it's encompassing of all of that. That data set is something that we generate. So at the end of the year, we ask what the plans are and students self-report whether they're enlisting. And so that includes the academies, that includes ROTC, and that includes active enlistment.
Okay, just curious, never heard of that before. That one was a bit of a surprise. Any other director questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Moving into our, I'm sorry. Yeah, moving into our superintendent monitoring reports.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds and I are going to do this one together. This ties in really well with the district performance framework because, of course, the academic excellence monitoring report is based on the district performance framework in terms of the indicators. So just to frame the conversation, where's the remote? Right in front of me. Awesome. Let me make sure I can switch my slides here. There we go. Just to frame the conversation, at a meeting in August and September, we discussed a monitoring report schedule. So here it is, the schedule that was agreed to. And as part of that, sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my remote. Yep, there we go. As part of that, we had presented, so part of what the board approved was the schedule along with the indicators for each of the monitoring reports. So as a reminder, these are the indicators for the academic excellence monitoring report. Attached to the e-board is the actual monitoring report. I'm not going to go through every slide because I really just put the monitoring report on the slides, so I'm just going to fly, but I wanted to try to make it as clear as I possibly could. So the ends interpretations, we talked a little bit about this at the retreat. And so the staff has interpreted each sub-end so you can see the sub-end and then the interpretation. And I'm just going to kind of go through these, and if you have questions, rather than just reading them to you. This is the interpretation for the second sub-end around academic excellence. And the third one, fourth one, fifth one. So that was those are the interpretations of the ends. And again, I'm happy to address questions as when we get to the end if there's any questions around those interpretations. And then we go through each of the agreed upon indicators. Something we talked about at the retreat is of course that for each indicator we need to have a target that is the target that we're looking for. And so that's part of the discussion we can have tonight. This monitoring report actually provides a great baseline for us as we will be visiting this again a year from now and be able to see what progress we've made. So the first one is the district accreditation rating. And of course, we want to be accredited with distinction and better than all of our neighbors, of course, because we're super competitive and we are the best and we should be the best. And so that's what, this is our overall district performance framework rating. You can see on the little graph to the right, kind of the progress over the years. So the target is to make progress towards accredited with distinction. So that means to continue to tick up so that we're getting closer and closer to that accredited with distinction place. The next one is the academic achievement indicator. And again, you can see the graph over time, and we want to make progress towards exceeding expectations. We're already over meets, and we want to make sure that we're making progress towards exceeds year over year. Make progress towards exceeding expectations in growth year over year. So we want to continue to see that trend line going up. And then post-secondary readiness. So I want to talk about this one for just a second. This one, the target is the district will meet or exceed Colorado expectations for post-secondary workforce readiness as determined by the district performance framework. It doesn't say progress towards exceeds in the same way the other ones did. And the reason for that is a complete moving target. So as Mr. Reynolds just said, there's going to be different and additional indicators in the district performance framework in this category next year. So comparing year over year isn't apples to apples at the moment. So we just want to make sure that we're in between meets and exceeds for Colorado's expectations, but comparing year over year is very difficult for all the reasons that Mr. Reynolds said. Did I summarize that sufficiently? Okay, he can jump in anytime. This is the data expert, of course. Indicator 5 is disaggregated growth. So this is the growth of our subgroups. So looking at our English language learners, our free and reduced lunch eligible population, our minority population, and our students with disabilities, and how their growth is looking. What we have here is an elementary, middle, high, their average growth percentile. So you can see whether that meets or is approaching. So this is an area where we have some approachings and some meets, and we want to make progress towards exceeds. For English language arts, which is the chart you see in front of you, we're meeting the expectation of making progress towards exceeds. However, with math, and this is a trend that we've seen across the state and across the country. Math just took a nosedive during COVID, and that's been the case for us as well. And so you can see with math, those trend lines are going in the wrong direction. So that's something that we'll be actively working on. And so for this indicator number 5, the overall result did not meet the target of making progress towards exceeds, because net, while the one did, the second didn't by a little bit. So, all right, indicator number 6 is our district graduation rate. This target is also will meet or exceeds Colorado's expectations as measured by the 4-year graduation rate. So on the district performance framework, the way the framework scores your graduation rate is they look at your 4-year, 5-year, 6-year, and they take the best of your 4-year, 5-year, 6-year graduation rate, and that's what you get. So this target is actually a higher bar than what's set on the district performance framework, because we're calling out specifically the 4-year graduation rate. That's not usually the highest one that counts on the DPF, almost never is actually. So we're looking at our 4-year graduation rate. This is also really difficult to continue to make progress, because when you're looking at 90.8 versus 90.7, you're very much in the margins. So we want to make sure that, again, we continue to meet or exceed Colorado's expectations. Colorado's expectations are based on the best of 4, 5, 6 year graduation rate, but we want to meet or exceed that with our 4-year graduation rate. I hope that makes sense. Okay, and then indicator number 7, as Mr. Reynolds just talked about, our district award-winning schools. We want to make sure that we're increasing the number of award-winning schools as determined by the Colorado School Awards Program. Now, at some point, we'll have to adjust that target, all of these targets really, because when you get to a certain level, it might not be reasonable anymore to continue to go up. You want to just maintain. But for now, we've got going up to do on pretty much everything. But the awards, we're just incredibly proud of our schools. 46 awards is phenomenal. So proud of this district. Okay, indicator 8 is concurrent enrollment cost savings. We want to make sure that we continue to save our parents significant money. Our projections for current year concurrent enrollment cost savings blow this entire chart out of the water, so we're super excited about that. And then indicator 9, post-secondary enrollment. The target would be increase the total number of students that participate in post-secondary opportunities. And again, we have demonstrated that year over year, and we plan to continue to have that be the target. It was the world's fastest presentation, President Peterson, at least for me. So at the end of the monitoring report is the statement of reasonable progress. So 8 of 9 indicators were met. Reasonable progress is generally considered to be 7 of 9 or somewhere in that area. So 8 of 9 indicators met the standards. The ends were achieved as interpreted, and we'll continue to evaluate and monitor both indicators and modify indicators and the targets based on feedback from the board. And then the last part of the monitoring report is just a statement of compliance on the executive limitations. And so we are in compliance with the 3 executive limitations from this monitoring report. There you have it.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. I'll open it up to directors for questions, comments. I guess my first question, while Mr. Blair's getting the other directors back up on the screen, is next steps for the board. So we're just reintroducing monitoring reports. I know we have the monitoring schedule, and we've got stuff January, February, March, April, May to move through the 5 end statements and the associated monitoring reports. What is the next step so the public's aware that the board takes action on?
So this monitoring report will be on the January 24th consent agenda. So for approval of the board or for acceptance, right? We accept the monitoring report. And then as requested at our Board of Education retreat, the next monitoring report, like we did this time, will be reviewed in a work session for questions, comments, or desired revisions, and then on the consent agenda for the following meeting. So should the Board of Education desire some revisions or whatever to the document that we have now, we can make those before the January 24th meeting. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Yeah, just trying to let folks that are listening in wondering what these are and what the next steps are with the board. So we'll move through these monitoring reports, get them in, and then we'll move on to the next phase. There we go. Now we have directors back up on the screen. Do we have any comments or concerns or questions from directors? I mean, I guess I'll start with the obvious one. Outstanding what we're doing, obviously previous brief relative to literacy. Obviously, we need to keep monitoring math. You know, we are coming out of COVID learning loss. We are where the rest of the state is. We saw that going down. Obviously, recovering that learning loss will be something that we're looking at regardless of whether it was on a monitoring report or not, to make sure our kids are ready for the next thing. So that's an obvious statement that we'll continue to look at that, arrest the loss, get the trend back up. But any other questions or concerns from other board members? Director Ray.
Yeah, I would celebrate that as well, Director Peterson and Superintendent Kane. The wow in terms of the awards that our schools are about to hear that they'll be receiving is tremendous. Very excited about that. I'm wondering, given that the performance framework always has some glitches to it, whether it's, we had weird years where we didn't put the accountability system in place to where they're changing again the line where we can gain points for certain areas. Has there been any thought when you're doing a monitoring report on academic achievement to use other data than the state's data?
You know, I'm actually going to have Mr. Reynolds help me answer that, but we have to be really careful not to get in danger of creating our own report card that supplants the state's report card. There have been some districts in our state that have tried to make their own report card out of their own local data, and that caused a lot of confusion. So I think it does make sense to use the state's accountability system, even though it is changing, and I know it's not an apples to apples comparison always every year because it is moving a little bit. And as long as we have those discussions about what's moving, but what is consistent is the state does it based on relatives. So they adjust that meets and exceeds every year based on where all the schools are at. So the comparison to other schools and other districts is still valid, even though it's moving as compared to previous years. Would you like to add to that, Mr. Reynolds?
Thank you very much for the question. I think next year, the state is doing something to really address your concern, is they're issuing those two reports where one is for informational purposes and one is for accountability, so that we're able to look across multiple years and see, okay, here's one that's consistent with the current metrics, and here's one that's going to be the theoretical informational report, so that we can readjust and analyze that data to be able to look at it and see what changes the state has implemented and how we respond to that, and see how that's impacting our rating, as well as those individual categories. And so we'll have an opportunity to be able to reevaluate and come back to you all if those performance frameworks are issued next year, and we can look at the indicators within there and make adjustments to our monitoring reports in kind to the state's changes as well.
And just one last thing, Director Ray, I would also add there is probably some chance that the state knocks the whole accountability system on its head and then misses a couple of years because we're trying to straighten it out. In the eventuality of something like that, it absolutely makes sense to have that monitoring report, but the iReady measures instead of the state testing measures, if they're throwing the whole thing out for a couple of years. Because the last time we transitioned, it was like 2 years that they just couldn't give any report out because they were trying to sort it all out.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I'm not suggesting that we ignore the performance frameworks or we don't analyze them like all of you have done such a great job doing. I just think for the purpose of the board goal, when we say, at least as one director, when I talk about academic excellence, I'm talking far more than just the performance framework or how kids perform on CMAS. To me, that's a pretty small sliver of at least what I believe we should be monitoring when we're looking at student achievement. And I also believe that we have data sets in our system that are far richer and far more accurate in terms of measuring student growth than the performance framework. So I guess it's an and question, not so much replace it with, but will we look at adding our own data sets when you're providing monitoring reports to the community and to us about student achievement? Will we see data broader than just the performance frameworks?
Looking at the report next year, if that's a desire that the board has to add additional indicators from additional assessments, that's certainly a conversation we can have, but ultimately it's up to the Board of Education what you all want to see.
Yeah, and I was just going to make that comment to Director Ray. I think what we'll do is when we get these first set of monitoring reports in here and we have discussions as a board, we would discuss, do we desire additional indicators, formal indicators to complement what's already being done. But seeing as we're going around this the first time, those are the type of notes I'd expect board members to be taking in this meeting of what else do we think we need to see, not just for data collection, TPS reports here, but what do we want to see? And I think we owe it to the staff to provide the why we want to see it and what we're going to do with that data as a board and why it's meaningful to us, because we just don't want to continue to add data collection just because it's there. But if it's meaningful to the board, we should certainly look at adding additional indicators across all the monitoring reports after we get them in place. Other directors, before I go back to Director Ray and Director Weiniger.
Echoing the same thing, that it's great that we're doing so well on these scores. I was curious what kind of steps we're taking or just thoughts around the math scores dropping off. Are we kind of just helping students get back to where they're at, or what are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, so this year we're engaging in those conversations as well. Our priority is still literacy, but when you're talking of professional learning communities, having conversations of math is just something that happens as well. So we are looking at our iReady data for this year and looking at how that data is compared to previous years, as well as looking at the core programs that we do have in math, and we do have core programs in math as well, on the data that comes out of those, because that provides us that same consistency that you heard from literacy. So yes, we are looking at that data, and we'll be happy to report that data at the end of the year.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, other directors? Director Ray, did you have something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up because I agree, Director Peterson, in terms of this is our first attempt to really start having this dialogue, and I think it needs to be done ongoing. I'm not asking for changes, but I just think if we wait till an event to say, oh, by the way, here's the things we would really like, that would rob us of an opportunity of really having this conversation, which I think is what work sessions are supposed to be about, is to have the conversations back and forth and to get clarity and to help us as a board kind of get clear about what we desire. So I would just advocate that we have those conversations on an ongoing basis as opposed to waiting until a final report is put in place and then all of a sudden we then offer feedback and input. The other thing I would just say too, again, I think there's a disconnect at times between the board goals and again, the performance framework. For instance, the board goal around academic excellence talks about really 4 dimensions, not only the cognitive, which is what we focused on tonight, but it also talks about the physical and the social and the emotional. And so I'm wondering kind of where does that tie into our monitoring of this particular goal, so that we're seeing that we're monitoring all the dimensions that the board goal is asking to be monitored.
Yeah, I agree, and I agree with this needs to be both an ongoing conversation, but also I think it's something we should maybe explicitly look at in our retreat after this academic year ends and I know we're looking to conduct a policy audit review sometime going forward, but that would make it an excellent addition to make sure that now that we have our goals, our ends, and we have the interpretations, if we have holes in the indicators that don't map to that interpretation or it's inaccurate, I think we'd want to definitely take action on that as a board. But I agree, it is a work in progress, and I'd like to commend the superintendent, Mr. Reynolds, and everybody that put together the data, not just as an exercise, but that we as the board can have confidence, that the community can have confidence, not only in the superintendent. I know these are superintendent monitoring reports, but they're really board reports as well, because we, as our function, provide the oversight and the guidance and the prioritization. So I like having the monitoring reports in there because it's a really good accountability for our one employee, but it's also excellent accountability for the community to hold this board of 7 accountable for making sure we're delivering on expectations. So thank you to Superintendent Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. And just as one last comment, certainly we're open to additional indicators, especially if it's data that's already in our system. It gets a lot harder if we have to go create new data. But so we just need to have an idea of what indicators the Board of Education has in mind. If it's, growth and achievement as measured for K through 12 as measured by iReady or whatever it might be, just need to have an idea of what those are so that we're assured that we have the data and have the data set to report out.
Thank you. And with that, we will move to the next item, which is a parent engagement update. And I believe we'll have Ms. Roush deliver that.
Good evening. There we go. Thank you for having me this evening and for a quick update on some parent engagement and also bringing you suggested policy change, cleanup, if you will. This is our current board file KE, or board policy KE, named public complaints. And I want to preface this with just so you know, I know that previous board has done work on policy review, and that you all have the intention of doing more policy review. And this is coming out of order, if you will, but it has kind of stuck out to us in some of our work, and so I want to bring it to you as, again, suggested changes. Mostly because we see some conflicts in current processes and current messaging. So again, this is our current KE, and I'll be talking about it, but as you can see, the first numbered set there in that paragraph, that needs to be cleaned up, and I'll show you what we've done there. Just got some titles wrong, et cetera, for our current organization. Also, the last section, which also has numbers numbered below, is an interesting section that, again, I believe kind of violates or is in conflict with current practice, current messaging, the way we talk about this, in making sure to follow proper channels. And this is where it offers the community member or parent to bring a board member with them to meetings surrounding issues, and even in one point, essentially giving a board member proxy to handle an issue, complaint, concern, et cetera. So next, I've got it, don't I? Here we go. Wanted to show you this graphic first, and we're going to come back to it. But this is our current channel of, or steps, if you will, channel of communication. And this is what we want to make sure is stated in our policy, KE, to match this, because this is what it is. This is what our current organization structure is, and this is what we have been using in some other resources, which I will share with you as well. We find this in our parents' guide, which I'll talk about in just a little bit. So these are the suggested changes. To begin with, in looking at some other school district policy KE here in Colorado, I have found that it is titled Public Concerns and Complaints, so something to take into consideration. We've done nothing up until item 3 there in that paragraph, and that's where we just clean up per our organization and referencing back to that graphic that I just showed. So making sure we're taking those steps in the proper order. We then are adding this section that's highlighted, any complaint related to the cross-referenced policies below, which we've added a couple, including but not limited to complaints or concerns related to Title IX, equal employment opportunity, learning resources. They follow a process per their applicable policies. So we've gone ahead and added some cross-reference policies down below, and also some regulations. They may not be in policy, but they may be in a superintendent regulation. And then finally, this is where we've tightened it up, and we've removed that whole section that talks about board members going with someone to help them deal with a complaint or a concern. And when a complaint is made directly to an individual board member, the board member shall refer the person making the complaint to the building administrator or the superintendent of schools. It's more of you're going to be a director in that you're directing them back to the proper processes and policy. Any questions on this part? I've got a little more to talk to you about as far as some, again, why we bumped into this and other work we're doing, but happy to talk about any questions you have here.
Well, let's go through the rest of your brief, and then we'll come back to this with directors for their comments and concerns and questions.
All right. In going through some of the work I've been doing and others, finding some additional opportunities to align, making sure that our processes, our messaging, our words district-wide are aligned. And so as you've heard, we are reviewing internally some other policies and some regulations, procedures. We heard Superintendent Kane talking about creating a staff team or committee that's looking at JICB, which is prevention of bullying, and that work has started. I am constantly looking at KBB. And we also know that SAG worked really hard on student grievance process last year. And so we'll take this opportunity to make sure, again, that our words are aligned. We're gonna use all of our communications, all my team mates down there, and make sure graphic-wise and all of our words and wording are aligning there, and take that opportunity there. And then also we've got a couple of resources that I want to share with you and kind of highlight. And again, these are places where we've got opportunities to align processes, wording, messaging, etc. So the first is a parent's guide. I believe we've had this document for several years, maybe 5. And in updating it and talking about it and using it, we've learned that it's not particularly well known. So there's an opportunity. We're gonna get it highlighted. We're gonna put a spotlight on it. But this graphic with the proper channeling of issues and communication lives here in the Parent's Guide. And honestly, there's great information on this page. This is page 12, that talks about reporting grievances and concerns. And here's the proper channeling, but here's some tips, and here's the best way to make an appointment, and some great stuff there. So we will, again, make sure that we're getting this highlighted on not only the page that it lives, which is right here on our Parent Resource Center. We're working on this web page to clean it up, work on it, highlight some other stuff, including some of these other processes that may align with basic complaint grievance process. There may be others. We'll get some graphics going for those processes that are perhaps Title IX related, et cetera, and we'll put those all in one spot. So we're looking forward to getting all of that compiled and put in one spot here on the website, and possibly even making sure there's an easier button highlight on the front page of our website, but we're looking at that as well. Any questions?
Open it up for directors for questions. And Mr. Blair, if you could go back to the proposed changes to KE, that page of the presentation, that'd be appreciated.
Do I have
it? I think I'd like to start as Ms. Roush said, I think we need to kind of jumpstart. This is not a policy we want to wait on because it's frequently used. And the fact that we just have incorrect titles in there, and the second part of the original thing, I know that I've particularly struggled with. I've had Director Myers call me and ask about, hey, we want to be compliant. Are we reading this the right way? Yeah. And I think there's been some conflict, right? We want to use a military term, we want to use the chain of command. We want to resolve as many of these issues as we can at the closest to the student or to the individual, which is almost always at the classroom level or the building level, and then move it up the hierarchy. And when you had that original, actually, Mr. Blair, if you could go back one more, when you have the that original or the current, sorry, it would be the current KE. There we go. That whole second numbering of 1 through 4 really inserts the board early, potentially, to short circuit. And I'll tell you, if I was a building administrator and I had a board member accompanying a parent or a student or somebody complaining, and then I was the board member taking that written thing, that seems like undue pressure to me, where we want to trust our educators and staff to have the discretion to understand, to listen, to put the complaint in context, to listen to all the evidence and views and make a rational decision. And we as a board, I think the default would be to support that decision that's made as close to the student or the individual as possible.
Right.
And that second part in there really concerns me because it seems to get the board involved early. In fact, if I had a board member that was in there representing as an advocate, you might want to recuse yourself, or there might be questions around that from other board members. When did you get involved in the process? What advice did you give? So I personally, as one director, support that elimination and clarification. There are some other things I would recommend, but I think it was necessary because we had an inaccurate list based on titles. That second part, a lot of individuals expressed confusion, as did other board members to me, over how that was to be implemented and was it in conflict. And then the last one, it's very simple, but just changing the title to concerns and complaints kind of resets what we're doing here.
Right.
It really is about engagement, and it doesn't, because when it's a complaint, it almost starts out being adversarial, and that's not the intent.
Exactly.
So I'll open it up. Before I get to some specific recommendations, and I do have some, for the other directors, my intent is to listen to discussion tonight, bring any recommended changes in a draft for the 24th at our next meeting, not for it to be on consent, but since it's an update, depending on the magnitude of those changes, either do a first reading and a vote, or possibly a first reading followed by a second vote for any changes that we may make as a board. So with that, I'll open it up to other directors for comments, questions, concerns about revision to KE. Director Ray.
Yeah, no, I would concur with a lot of the things you said, Director Peterson. This particular policy hasn't been touched since 2012, even before my time. And it is in desperate need of revision, and certainly concur with that whole section being deleted, because I think it's very contradictory to what we have promoted for a long time, actually, in terms of making sure things are channeled through the appropriate chain of command, if you will, or chain of communication channels. So I support that. I'm fine with the title being concerns and complaints. Definitely emphatically agree with Ms. Roush around we need to reference and have in place a policy for student concerns and grievances. As a matter of fact, that's a policy that's missing. And so when we do this systemic work with policy revisions, these are the things that we'll catch. These are the things we'll notice, is that we have holes and gaps. And this is a section that we've not gotten to yet. We've left off, I think, on the H section and haven't picked it up for a couple of years now. So we desperately need to get a systemic process in place that goes through and revises these policies that have been sitting there for 10 years or more. Many policies are even 20 some years old that have not been reviewed or modified. So one of the references for the student concerning complaints and grievances, there's a model policy, JII, that actually does address that and kind of serves the launching pad, if you will, for the superintendent to have a regulatory process in place for students to go through. And Ms. Roush is correct. Our student advisory group did an incredible job of providing some details and processes and things that they'd like to see be in place so that students really have a clear path for their grievances as well. I kind of hearing you say not to dig into the stuff yet, because I have a lot of recommendations. I think this is
Director Ray, I think we can take those in a second. I'll take broad concerns now, but if there are specific recommendations for additions, things that you'd like to see, and we'll look at the new policy in a second, Mr. Blair, if you can go through that. I'll take that from all 7 directors. Again, my intent is to get as close to something that we can discuss and then fine tune in a future meeting, but I will take broad recommendations for sections that need to be added, eliminated, or changed. So go ahead.
I'm sorry, did you want to get into specific recommendations, or do you want me, I can pause and wait for
Yeah,
the director?
let's just pause and see if any other directors have some macro comments and things, and then if there are some specific things, depending on how detailed they are. Again, I want to respect people's time tonight. I know we're already over. I'll take those, and again, try to get a good draft policy for folks to look at prior to the 24th. Director Williams.
So just a quick question, and maybe this is going into the next conversation, but while I 100% agree with chain of command and certainly going through the process, as a parent, sometimes it can feel overwhelming to have 6 steps before they can, not that you want to get to the top. I mean, obviously you would hope to have it resolved a lot sooner, but just perhaps somewhere in the policy, just give people what to expect on a time, like, what is a reasonable amount of time for somebody to expect to work through this? Because looking at it, I could be like, well, is this going to take me 2 weeks, or is this going to take me 6 months? So, and I know we can't come up with a specific time, but just something to maybe give parents an idea of what that's going to look like.
Yeah, it just depends, right? It depends on what it is and who. So happy to hear feedback from you all on language, and then definitely run it by legal counsel and others to see if that is appropriate.
Yeah, I think maybe a broad statement about to move expeditiously through the process, knowing that individual items are scalable depending on what the nature of the complaint is and things like that. Superintendent Kane, did you have any comments on timeliness or expectations around, right to a speedy trial and other things like that?
So I would recommend, I think that is, that kind of issue is an implementation issue. I'm not sure I would recommend putting any kind of timing in particular in the policy. That's more of an implementation issue in terms of regulation, as well as that parents guide. That's really the consumable piece for parents, right? That's where I think we could set some expectations around turnaround time and that kind of thing, depending on your issue.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Maybe if we can just acknowledge that somewhere so that people have that to go off of.
Well, and if I may, I think, and as we highlight the parents' guide more and more, I'm hoping that's a spot where people will go versus policy. I suspect most of us don't go find the policy, and so hopefully it's a much more reader-friendly, conversational, here's some tips, here's what you can expect sort of conversation piece, so, yeah.
Yeah, and just while we're on that subject, awareness and access has been a big complaint that I've heard from parents. When we refer them as board members to per policy KE and provide a hyperlink, there's usually had no idea it existed, it's buried, it would be hard to find, I would never find it on my own. And
let's give them the parents' guide.
Yeah, if we put it in the parents' guide, of course, the policy has primacy, but if everything's aligned and whatever the students come up with is aligned and it's simple and it's consistent and it's accessible, I think that's what we would expect as a board, to the point where we may even want to have a top level button just to make it very easy and accessible to see what that is. The one other thing that I would say around, I do like the suggestion to put expectations around timeliness and resolution and to address this in the parents' guide that may implementation. The other thing I've had parents struggle with, and I look it up all the time, is what feeders do the EDOSs serve? It's kind of buried on the website.
That's
You've
in
got
the
to go
parents'
through.
guide.
Bingo. So that should be in the parents' guide right next to the complaint policy. Because I'll tell you what,
document.
Ian Wells, John Gutierrez, I always have to go look it up of who's east and west and the different feeders and Highlands Ranch. So that's it as well. Other directors, before we move into specific, and thank you for the comment. Director Weininger.
Yeah, my thoughts are similar with Director Williams, and I wonder if, and this is just a thought, if maybe we have more steps than we need, just because if I was a parent and I got past step 3, I'd kind of be like, okay, what is 4 and 5 going to do for me that 3 couldn't do? And just thinking, I'm not trying to be insulting, but just thinking if there's a way to state how it could go differently by the time you get to 4 and 5, and the process won't seem so long. And I don't know, these are just thoughts I'm throwing out there. I could be not thinking of something that.
Well, I would hope, and I would
happened.
let, others who are in the district have done this and dealt with complaints. You know, those that are handled in the 1-2, right? Teacher, and then building administrator. Those should be happening daily and easily and naturally. And so if somebody is looking at this, hopefully it's just a reminder not to skip steps. And then perhaps if they have started to tick off through, then what? I don't know. Those are just some thoughts I had on that.
And I think the awareness not to, Superintendent Kane is not as close to the feeders as the EDOSs are, and we have our deputy and assistant in their areas. I think it brings a level of expertise. I want to protect our superintendent from becoming the complaint monitor. And retrospect, don't forget the professional development side of this. Being an EDOS and handling these things prepares you to be a deputy or assistant deputy. Our assistant deputies are growing in their skills in dealing with the community and other things and awareness and preparing them to be a superintendent. Don't you dare take a job in another district. But it is part of our internal professional development training as well. So I think that having those steps actually doesn't slow you down. It might actually get you more prompt attention by having those different steps. And I'll welcome comments from either our superintendent or deputy or assistant.
It has certainly been our experience that it is like a funnel. So, fewer issues go to an EDOS than go to a principal. And of those issues, maybe some small percentage end up going to an assistant superintendent level. And of those issues, a very small percentage end up. So it definitely does, the outcomes do move by level. And actually, President Peterson made a fantastic point. If you think about being in a building, principals who are receiving complaints from parents are often working through with their teachers. How could we have done this? Just a really collaborative conversation on how maybe this situation could have gone a little differently. That kind of coaching and mentoring is true all the way up the system and a very necessary part of growth and development for all levels of our employees.
I think the other part is also about consistency and implementation of policy. So when you start having 4 executive directors of schools, 89 leaders, it is one of those things that we want to make sure that we're handling it and understanding how do we handle this across our system and making sure that we're handling it with that level of consistency as well as collaboration. A lot of times when it gets to executive directors of schools or myself or Ms. Hyatt is we really do try to make sure we're bringing in all resources and coordinate to make sure the right people are in the room. And I think it's extremely important to make sure our parents have the right people in the room to make sure that we can address the situation as promptly and as thoroughly as possible. So it is that opportunity for us to make sure that we're looking at it from a larger level system rather than just getting it stuck with one school, one region, the other, just consideration.
Okay. Director Ray, I'll go to you in a second. I do like the suggestion of so I think 3 through 6 is highlighted there is just accurately reflecting our current organizational structure. The inserted highlighted sentence around that refers to Title IX and other things, of course, anything that has a specific complaint process or thing that we need to comply with statutorily, we will do that. But I think it's good to put that in there because if you've got a Title IX complaint, you might wind off the easy track within the system, and you may wind up on a directed mandated track. Along with that, I'd probably like to see another, either an addition to that sentence or another paragraph that explicitly says that alternate legal pathways to address concerns and complaints are available, but may prevent continued use of this policy, which is the preferred method to resolve specific issues. I see that happen a lot. Parents start down policy KE, and maybe there's a lawsuit or maybe there's some other legal action taken. You're not going to get response from board members or other people at that point. If it's going to the courts, and I'm sure Council Klamesh would agree, the advice is probably not for board members to continue to resolve that within the system. It's being resolved outside the system in courts or other places. So I want parents to realize that those are options. But if you go off that track, then this track and this policy kind of becomes OBE. It becomes not applicable because you chose to pursue a different method. So maybe one sentence to add to the policy would be my only other recommendation here. comments, thoughts by other directors before we take other inputs? Okay, Director Ray.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the question around the internal process that happens when a parent has a concern. And I'm going to play the historian card again. We had worked for years, our staff had worked quite a bit on a complaint resolution process. Actually, a document that really detailed the different levels of complaints and even addressed, like Director Williams was asking, it would even give a time, that for this level of concern, you should expect a response within, 15 calendar days or whatnot. And we had detailed that out. And so I'm just curious where that is, because at one time it was being piloted. It had been vetted by our principals. We had received feedback. I shouldn't say we, it was really the superintendent who was driving that particular process, because it was really their process in terms of how they would document complaints and concerns and how it would go through each level. So I guess my question is, where is that? Because it feels like we're kind of starting this all over again. And I gotta tell you, this is one that is really a hot issue for our community, because KE wasn't sufficient enough for them, because they would get stuck at a certain level and not know where to go or why it was stuck at that level and why it wasn't progressing. And so, so anyway, I guess my question, and maybe Mr. Windsor, since he was here, where is the complaint resolution process that had been developed and supposedly I thought was being piloted, because it had timelines, forms, everything. It was very well done, I thought.
Superintendent Kane, do you want to have that, or have Mr. Windsor answer that?
Sure, I would be happy for Mr. Windsor to talk to that, since he also has that historic lens from a time when I wasn't here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Director Ray. It actually was a form we were looking at in this process as well. And I think part of the goal was, how do we simplify it as much for our families to read the doc and where to go? And so I think when we started looking at doc, it started having a ton of different arrows that we were trying to figure out how do we navigate in a way to make sure it's as easy and accessible for our families to gather that information. And then while then looking at that, it's also then being considered, how do we handle this in a timely manner as well, but also appropriately, knowing if law enforcement or other agencies do get involved, it does impact our ability to guarantee timeframes. So I think what we were trying to navigate in this conversation is, how do we simplify where to go? And then also then part of my responsibility, or executive director of schools, and I know Superintendent Kane with her direction, is how do we handle things truly in a timely manner, an appropriate manner, but simplify it for our folks to know where to go without confusing them. But it is a form that I know Ms. Roush and I actually have had a chance to take a look at as well in this process.
And I would just, if I could follow up, I would agree it needs to be simplified and needs to be intuitive in how to navigate it. I think that would be wonderful work. But I think it's comprehensive in considering all the possibilities, all the possible arrows, like you said. And it just seems, as opposed to reinventing a wheel, if we could start there and then really do exactly as you suggest, is how do we simplify it? How do we make it user-friendly, if you will, so it doesn't feel laborious by reading the entire process. But it just felt like the conversation was leading up to something that we've already done. And that's when my radar goes off and goes, wait, and this is something that our community worked a lot with us on, because they were not pleased with the process. And so we had a lot of community meetings, focus groups that also weighed in on that process as well. So I would just suggest that we use that doc as a launching place, if you will, to help move this work forward. Otherwise, it feels like we're spinning our wheels.
Yeah, thank you for that historical perspective, Director Way. My question to you would be, would it be appropriate to make some of the changes we're talking to in KE and then have a complementary form which certainly complies with the spirit and the letter of KE, and maybe something that it's a follow-on to that we could use for efficiencies and some things like that? I don't think we would hold up a revision of KE while we're considering other options to be complementary to the policy. I'd just like your thoughts on that.
No, absolutely agree, and agree with Superintendent Kane, because the process really is the operational piece. The policy is the launching pad for that to occur. And so I just wanted to reassure Directors Weniger and Williams that there is already work that's been done to define some of the processes that they were wondering about. So because I heard them say this looks laborious when you've got 6 steps. Well, this is policy. This is the launching place for the operational to do its work and do its processes. So I don't think it should hold us up, because I think there's a lot of things we need to revise in this policy beyond just what Ms. Roush presented that will clean it up and make it more clear. So I would agree that we should go forward in revising this.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Any other comments, questions from directors? Superintendent Kane?
I just want to echo Mr. Windsor's words that it is our goal to make this as simple and easy as possible for parents. So really just having that big button on the main page that takes them to one page that's super simple, that allows them to get where they need to go and who they need to get to, just like that. And so that's really our goal, is to make this as seamless for parents as we possibly can. And Ms. Roush and the cabinet, we actually did a lot of talking about this in cabinet today, and we have some really great ideas around how to make issuing complaints to be incredibly easy, to have it all go to the right place without making it hard for parents. So that's absolutely the goal.
And I believe that's the macro intent of the board. Make it simple, make it accessible, make it transparent, everything without creating more paperwork for staff and more administrative burden, but just to meet the community expectations. So for those that are listening in the community, we're welcoming your input as well. So time to write in those emails, suggestions, send it to all board members, and expect us to continue this discussion on the 24th with a possible draft, depending on where we are for input. Final questions, comments from directors? Director Wright, go ahead.
So from a bigger lens too, I wonder if we need to put in a clause in this policy around complaints directed to individual board directors, not just what do we do with those complaints, but when the complaint is about us. And I think all of us have experienced the times when someone comes to public comment and says things about us or confronts us about things, and we've never seen that person or talked to that person before. And I think we ought to, and actually prior to this board, as part of the public comment script, we would make mention that if you have a concern with an individual director, your first step is to reach out to that individual director. If it's still unresolved, then you talk with the vice president or the president. If it's still unresolved, then you come to the board for a public forum. But I think if we're going to model this appropriateness of working through channels, that would be the way for us to do that as a board, is to really notch it down from having these blindsided comments that come out where we're not able to discuss or defend because the nature of our public comment is just sit and listen. So I'm wondering if there might need to be a clause that's similar to the chain of communication with staff, that we also have a chain of communication for individual board directors and how to move that forward.
Okay, thank you, Director Ray. We'll try to get something incorporated into draft, but I believe that's a good suggestion. Other directors' comments? Okay, with that, we will move forward to, we are down to our last two, a short presentation on charter school waivers, but I believe Mr. Mosher's been waiting patiently in the back. And then we will move into discussion of our fourth end before going through the rest. So Mr. Mosher.
Still evening? Good evening. Yes, good, perfect. Thank you. Thanks for the time, and just a quick update on some things that we've had going for quite a while, and some processes that we've been working to systemize to accomplish a goal of getting the charter school waiver request on a systemic template and on a systemic process that does not do anything at all to change the way the board considers, approves, or denies those waiver requests. The intent of the process is just simply for us as a department and us as a organization to collect those in a systemic manner and then present them to you in a consistent way so that you can see them, consider them, and vote to approve or deny at a consistent process. So that's, just want to frame that is the intent of everything we're doing right now. But Charter School Act permits charter schools to operate free from those statutes. Just want to make sure that, again, we're following the Charter School Act as we do these things. Provides that Douglas County address releasing charter schools from policies pursuant to a contract. Again, that contract is negotiated by council, and then that contract comes to you with those waivers attached in the contract. And we need a way to systemically get those requests collected in a consistent manner. There's been a lot of revisions in the past. This has been ongoing for a number of years. And we really are at a good point where we can bring this forward. If you remember last fall, roughly, well, no, it would have been fall of 2021, that I made a study session and we went through kind of a preliminary look at how the work had gone to that point of aligning to automatic waivers from the state and saying, what does the state do with this system? How can we then replicate that? How can we build on that as a district and make that process aligned and consistent so that everyone understands? The charter school community, all the leaders were involved in that communication, district departments across the district were involved. So many people played a hand into getting us to a point where we can fully come with a package that we feel is very good for you to see today. So what does this mean for Douglas County? Again, charter schools in Douglas County have always submitted waiver requests. That is in law. That is something they have the right to do at all times. And that always happens during the contract negotiation period. So, for example, when you have the renewal hearings next board meeting, okay, you will vote on the renewals of those schools that had their presentations last fall. After that vote, if that contract is approved, we will then enter into contract negotiations with that district, and they'll submit their waivers that they want to waive out of at the state level and also at the district level. So the state has policies that they have in place as they say you can waive these, and they have some they say you can't waive. We wanted to mimic that process as a district and provide that clarity so that charter schools understood, oh, okay, this is what we can make a request on, here's what we cannot, and they had a lot of input with us on that process as well as review by departments and council. So all waiver requests will continue to be submitted to you for your final consideration. Nothing that we do, again, is the choice programming office or the district making that decision. All of that is just packaged in a way that makes it easy and clear for you to understand and the charter schools to understand. How do we submit? How do we submit a request? You still consider and take action in the same manner. So we just talked about that. The intent is to get these all to you and get us into a consistent process this spring. We're in varied stages. We've been reviewing, we've been working for a long time with charter schools, getting them, and they've been fantastic in this multiple iterations of the process of saying, giving us feedback. And yes, that seems reasonable, that doesn't seem reasonable, that works, that doesn't, and giving us a good back and forth communication of getting to a place where we all feel good with what we're bringing to you. But that new template that mimics the state's submission waiver template is we're hoping to bring to you this spring. So that will give us some consistency. Now, all charter schools in Colorado, due to the act, they do have the ability to request waivers from district policy at any time. That is Charter School Act. They can come to you and request waivers at any time. We don't want that. We don't want to have a system where we're continuously getting these waivers throughout the year and request to you that you have to then hear and take action and vote on. We'd rather have it consistent so that we can do this in a batch and feel good about where we're at. And then as we go through the next round of renewals, we just update that a little bit. So we want to get on a consistent platform. Having them all use that aligned process will allow my department, DCSD Legal, Board of Education, everyone will understand that process and have an aligned view. It's kind of like I was sitting listening, and I love the instructional language focus that we were talking about. That's true to my heart, Mr. Reynolds. But having an instructional language that everyone is saying the same thing matters in our schools, and it also matters in this process. When we say that's an automatic consideration for a waiver, or that's not an automatic consideration for a waiver. If we use that language and we all get on the same page, then we start to understand it, and then everyone can go forward with saying, I know what that means. So where are we right now? This has taken quite a while, and I have to give a ton of credit to my coordinator, Kristen Schmidt, who has graciously put up with multiple directors in this position and has been a longitudinal mainstay through this and has seen it for a number of years. I would say probably 5 or 6 years at least this process began, where it was perceived that we need to get into a better system. But we've been working, we've been consistently putting it together. When I took this job, one of the things that was said to me was, this is a priority, make this happen. And so I feel really good that we've had a solid groundwork laid, and I'm able to bring that to you in this design now. So the process was identified a long time ago. Feedback was solicited in December of 2021. We had remember we used to do the square sit-down tables, right? So we had a study session talking about what this might look like. Starting then, after that study session, summer and fall of 2022, we worked with all charter leaders, regardless of their renewal status, to get everyone submitting all of their waivers on our new template that they had input in developing, using our new language that they had input in developing, and putting those all together. And we were giving them feedback, they were giving us feedback. We feel really good. We've got all that done to a place where we can have now a master list of requested waivers from policy. We have roughly 290-ish district policies in Douglas County. The state has a number of policies that they also allow for waivers in. So, you know, this is a big animal, and to give clarity to it, it's protecting the district, it's protecting the charter schools, it's making everyone understand that common language. The presentation today and then an outline for the systemic waiver process is what we hope to be able to do and move forward with that process this spring. So the types of waivers to district policy, and this is again, these are recommendations. So using this language aligns perfectly with the state. The state has automatic waivers, which means if you are a charter school in Colorado and you want that waiver, you get it. It's automatic waiver, right? Because it's granted. We've taken that one level further though, and our charter leaders have worked with us on this. We didn't want to just give carte blanche and say, it's automatic, it happens. If you're going to do that, then it's going to be an automatic recommendation from the choice programming to the Board of Education to waive with a very minimal rationale submitted. Hey, we don't do it that way, but here's a link to how we do, right? We don't do it that way because it's a graduation competency requirement. We're a K-8 school, it doesn't apply to us. Okay, so very minimal are those. And again, all of those automatic waivers, I'll show you in the next slide, align to state automatic waivers in the same theme, if you will. So it's the same grouping. Non-automatic, again, recommendation to waive with clear rationale and replacement plans submitted on the common template. So we need more from you. It's not just, here's the link to our parent handbook on page 7, and we were that specific. And when you start to see these, we went back and forth with these, with our leaders, and they would submit to us and say, here's the waivers we'd like to request, and they're all in our parent handbook. And our feedback back with them was that, no, that doesn't, I want to know what page number, what article number, how is it identified? Where is it in there so that we can easily have a link to it and see it? So it was a lot of back and forth, and they were very gracious with us most of the time. Some policies are non-waivable. There's no recommendation by the Choice Programming Office to waive. Those are state federal laws. Those are mandatory compliance. Those are things that we would not make a recommendation. Now, they can still ask for that waiver to you. Again, that is your discretion. We're just not going to recommend that to you. That would be a waiver that we would like to see. So a full matrix has been compiled, has them all labeled as automatic, non-automatic, and then non-waivable. A master list of each DCSD policy has been put together with all 290-ish of those, showing which charter schools, and there's groupings. I mean, it's mostly, yeah, that matters. Petty cash on hand at athletic events. You know, that we can't make, we're not telling them how to do that. Your dress policies, right? Your dress code. You're going to have your own dress code if you're a charter school. So those types of things, they're all thematic. So you can see exactly who's requesting what, how many schools are requesting, and where. And so we plan to show you all of those things this spring as well. This just kind of, again, outlines those three different pieces. And I want to come back to, again, it's not just that we as a department kind of came up with what should be this. Council looked at this. There was some research done by outside counsel looking at how do these policies align? Does automatic at the state level, what groupings does that bring into our Douglas County policies? All right. Okay, just leave it there. So how we did that is, again, looking at the automatic policy waiver. If it was a Colorado state automatic waiver, and there's a list of those on CDE's website, if that policy's there, then Douglas County board policies were examined to align to that. And then those policies are recommendations from the Choice Programming Office to you for consideration, saying we're automatically, charter leaders, going to recommend that to the board because we see this alignment. Non-automatic policy waivers, same thing. Colorado State non-automatics, they have their list that's posted on there that say you can waive that, but you need to tell us more and a lot more. Therefore, we have that same alignment coming down to the ones we will then recommend as we will recommend it, but you're going to have to give us a rationale and a replacement plan, clearly identifying the work, how are you going to do that policy. Then we have our non-waivable. Again, policies identified as state and federal law. Collaboratively, multiple stakeholders saw these and said, these are policies that are not waivable, and we will not recommend those waivers to the board. So those are our three groupings again. Outcomes and next steps, we're going to present hopefully all of these to you in the spring for your consideration, and you'll have all of the charter schools. We have collected those all on a common template. We have all the matrix ready. We have everything ready to go, where all of the waiver requests will be submitted. And then we will not have to do that again until each one of those goes into a renewal. But we'll have everybody on a common template. We'll have everybody using the same language. And we'll have everything clear so that you understand, we understand, and the charters understand exactly what we're doing here. It needs to be coupled. Right now, it's operating in a few different ways. Okay, so going forward, they'll still be required to submit waivers to CDE and state waivers as well as you during their charter renewals. That's not going to change. They still may request additional waivers. That's not going to change. That's charter law. So the charter schools could still, at some point, say, we still want to ask for this waiver, and that would be up to your consideration again. But we hope that we can get into a good relationship with this process where we don't have so many of those popping up down the road, where we can have it be during renewals, we'll renegotiate those in the contract renewal process, but there's not an urgent need because everyone has submitted and is up to date today. So that's the need, that's the hope. Did I do okay? Did I make it? Kristen, what did I miss? I did it? Okay, good.
Directors, questions, comments for Mr. Mosher? We've got Director Ray, go ahead.
Well, I would be the first to say hallelujah. And you're right, this has been in the making for quite some time. I also want to give you, especially Kristen, some accolades just because she has endured this process for some time. And I also want to say that we were some of the problem because of our policy project that we had taken on. You know, there were occasions where we said, let's wait and see, you know, what happens with our policy audit and our revisions before charter school identifies in depth the policies they want to waive or automatic waive or whatnot. So I also want to just throw that in that we're also responsible for why it's taken so long. But I'm really, again, very much a supporter of what you're recommending. Mr. Marsh, I know that we got to a point, I think way back in 2018, where we had a beautiful spreadsheet at one time that had every single policy and had just exactly what you're recommending now in terms of what was non-waivable, what was waivable, what needed to have a replacement plan in place. So that work, I'm glad to see, is still being honored and valued and finally brought to a place where it will really function well for us. So thank you to you both. One of the questions I have around the waiver process is, I think you said at the beginning, Mr. Marsh, that the waivers that are not automatically waived are part of the negotiation process when we draw up a contract or when we renew a charter's contract. And my wondering about that is that seems kind of problematic in that legal counsel legal counsel is who negotiates the charter contract with the charter entity, and then that comes on our agenda to approve. But if legal counsel is negotiating around charter waivers as well, it makes it difficult, it seems to me, for us to, for the first time, see what is being requested for waivers. And then we have to kind of dip our toe into this negotiation process, which seems not wise either. So I'm just throwing that out as a wondering, because it seems like it's problematic in terms of the timeline for us to not know what waivers are requested until we're actually looking at a drafted contract that's been negotiated on our agenda. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and I think that is consistent with the process that we currently are doing, right? Is that we have those as well, but Superintendent Kane?
I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. In theory, waiver requests, once we're to a normalized place, which I think we're finally getting here to, in theory, the waiver requests are part of the application process. So when the Board of Education is reviewing the application materials, one of those materials, at least in my experience, should be a list of the requested waivers.
Correct, and not just on a new application, but also on the application to renew. So on that first point of that application, there is the waivers are submitted in that application as well.
Yeah, and my question would be, just to follow up on Superintendent Kane, we have another round of charter applications coming up. We have the renewals that were briefed at the end of last year, which we will take up here on the 24th. But March 1st, we have letters of intent. March 15th, we have packages due for charters that want to replicate or new charters. In those applications, will we see any waivers concerning those applications grouped into those three listings, those categories that you just identified? Obviously, the automatics are automatic. We don't really need to see all those. But anything that would be I forget what the categories are here, but anything that would be potentially non-waiverable or anything they're considering that would be kind of a one of, will they be actually labeled with those categories as part of the application? Because as one director, I'd like to see them in those categories in this next cycle in March. So as we normalize and get forward to this, it's already kind of taken care of with these new schools.
Yeah, I love it, and we've given that feedback to people as they ask and as they are submitting their applications. That's something our team will give them feedback on, is letting them know. But I think you're right on, and I think we can easily make an update, because we don't have that application window doesn't open up until March 1st. So.
Yeah, and I think that would really highlight to us as a board, back to Director Ray's concerns, when we're highlighting, hey, there's 3 non-automatics and 1 non-waiverable in this request. That's certainly something that's going to pop to the board, and we can pay some extra attention to that.
Yeah.
Council Klemesh.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Ray. I think you asked a really pertinent question to the review of the renewal contracts as well as original application contracts. And thanks to Mrs. Kane for clarifying that certainly the board and our district reviews the waivers at initial stages of the application and the renewal process. I just want to clarify that the attorneys don't negotiate per se. We facilitate the negotiation of the charter contract terms. We essentially reach out to our client, who would be the administration, to ask them whether these terms are agreeable, not agreeable, are there any concerns with waivers or any of the attachments, et cetera. And then the document is pretty well vetted, not only with our team, but also the charter school vets it with their team. And then the document is presented to the Board of Education for final approval. So I just wanted to clarify that in terms of how the process is facilitated by the attorneys. We're not the sole participants in the process. We only facilitate getting the terms back and forth and trying to put them in writing.
Thank you for the clarification, Council Clemish. Director Ray.
Yeah, Ms. Clemish, you always catch me on my lack of specificity, so thank you. I didn't mean to say that you were the sole negotiator. I think facilitator is a much better term, so thank you for that. I guess what I'm confused though, and I like what Superintendent Kane said, and that was my understanding, is that waivers come with the application. When the application is first submitted, I did not see those on the ones that were the renewals that we're looking at right now. Did I just miss that, or are we going to get those, that attachment of the waivers that they're requesting?
And certainly Mr. Mosier may want to add to this, but this conversation had to happen before that could be a normalized part of our application and replication process. So it certainly will be a normalized part of the application and replication process moving forward. For Lehman's purposes, that's kind of in the middle of all of that. We will certainly figure out a way to make sure that the Board of Education is able to look at those waiver requests specifically and separately, because again, this was just a mishmash of making everything come together at the right time.
And if I could also, that's exactly the way I would definitely hear it, is also with a renewal, what we do is we take their existing waivers, and that's what their submission is for their renewal. So their renewal is contingent upon the waivers that are in place on the pre-existing contract. And then after they get their renewal approved by you, then we enter into that secondary period where they say, you know what, we're thinking about this, we might want to make a change in a couple of these other areas. But the assumption on a renewal application, and it's not just an assumption, but it's an agreement that the existing waivers are in place.
Not going forward, but right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Director Ray.
So just to make sure, so we should look at the for the 3 renewals that we're currently in the process with right now, we should look at the previous application and assume that those waivers that were on the previous are only the waivers that they're requesting as they roll into a renewal cycle.
I guess as they roll in, but then also we've asked the 3 new renewal schools to also consistently get onto this process. So they've gone through this waiver template process that we've given them as well. So they've done this, and they're ready to work with us on this new system. But we're just kind of, as Superintendent Kane was saying, we're just kind of in this intermediate spot where we're trying to be consistent.
I think our hope would be that by the time we bring all of these to you, we will be approving the contract at the same time. So you'll be approving their new waivers, which will then be a part of their new contracts.
Could you hear that, Director Ray?
I sort of heard that, but all I need to know for the 3 renewals is what waivers should I be looking at when we're considering the contract later in January?
They're pre-existing waivers that are already in place.
So those are the waivers. So I should look back at their previous application, and those are the waivers that are
attachment on the contract. Yeah, we'll send them to you.
Okay.
If that'll be okay.
That would be wonderful.
Perfect.
And then my last question is about the non-waivable policies. I know that you put a statement in there that the work that was done to identify those was through collaboration with the charter, which I think is wonderful. I don't know that we've had, as a board, I don't ever recall us discussing what we might consider unwaivable. And I see that it's quantified by saying, if it's law, state or federal law. But I think that, for instance, I think there's a whole section of policies that are, foundational policies, commitment policies in that whole A section of our district administration policy book that I would really question whether those should be waivable, just because those are Douglas County foundational policies that says every child, every school operates with these commitments. So I'm just wondering, will there be an opportunity for the board to weigh in on this whole notion of what should not be waivable?
Go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
So from staff's perspective, the non-waivable policies are the ones that the charter schools legally can't waive. That's from staff's perspective. So when we say non-waivable, we're not saying in our opinion, we're saying these are legally non-waivable. The Board of Education makes the decision based on a vote for whatever waivers are being requested for whatever situation for whatever charter school. So I don't, even if you were to say by majority vote, we're deciding today that these 7 things are non-waivable, that's not binding to a future board or anything. When we're saying non-waivable, we mean legally non-waivable. Truly, all other policies are theoretically waivable. It's just up to the Board of Education to decide whether or not to waive it in that situation. I hope that makes sense.
No, I think that makes sense, and that was going to be my kind of response to Director Ray. It's very cut and dried if we have the legal statute for non-waiverable. I mean, we have no discretion as a board. I would assume something that we probably wouldn't want to waive as a group of 7, or at least as a majority, would be something in the non-automatic policy waiver, and we would consider those on a case-by-case based on the context, the rationale, and the situation at hand. I mean, if you think back 3 years ago, we probably would never consider waiving people out of policy JLCC, and then we had an unforeseen pandemic, and then there were people lined up that did want waivers. So again, I would just keep the definition as Superintendent Kane explained for the non-waiverables. They are absolutely non-negotiable. We won't even take them up. They're required by statute, and then all the other policies will fit either to the automatic or the non-automatic, and the non-automatic is where we have case-by-case discretion as a board.
I would also say just, there is the appeal situation on those as well, right? So any waiver that is not justifiable by law, that can be taken by the charter to the State Board of Education for an appeal, and they will look at state law and say, does that apply?
And I'd like to thank Director Myers for keeping us on topic. We're way over, and this is a precursor of what is to come. I think the immediate thing is we'll expect to be sent any waivers concerning the 3 charters that are up for the 24th, just so as all 7 board members, we explicitly know what's going on there. Again, the request is for the March cycle that we just put things in bins, so we start that transition with new charter applications or renewal applications, and then we'll have a full transition, and we look forward to whatever else you have for us, the full list in the spring as everything is finalized. So unless there is a pressing further matter, we'll move on as a board.
This was helpful, thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mosher. This was great to get an early look at this and to see where we are in the process. And again, like Director Ray, I applaud us moving to the more efficient, the more transparent, and the more predictable for not just our charters, but for everybody in the administration and this board as well. So thank you for the work you've done so far.
Thank you.
All right, last item before we get to the individual board reports, which is Board of Education discussion on N number 4. I see Mr. Blair is already bringing that up. Again, just as folks following along at home, we started with mission vision discussion early, and we've been moving through each of our 5 Ns kind of on a monthly basis. We skipped December because we only had 1 meeting in December with the holiday, but we're picking it up. This is our current N number 4, collaborative parent, family, and community relations. And what we're just looking for in the intent of reviewing this as we go forward into monitoring reports, indicators, interpretations, and such, that we get in front of these issues. And if there's any comments, intended changes, or things that board members would like to highlight to assist the superintendent and her staff with getting those interpretations correct and the monitoring reports correct, that's what we're here to discuss. So at this point, all board members can read it. It's a fairly short one. There's only 4 sub-bullets, but any comments, questions, or things that individual board members believe may need to be changed in the future, as at the end of this year, we'll go back and make any small changes or tweaks to our end. So I'll open it up to director comments at this point.
This is gonna get us back on time.
And right now, we have no director comments. I will personally say that I'm in agreement with it. Again, we talked at our retreat at possibly revising the structure and content after we get through one round of monitoring reports here. But there's really nothing in here that I disagree with or would look to make major changes to as one director. And I'll open it up again to other directors for their comments or concerns. Director Meek.
Yes, thank you. I don't have any comments. I'm very much on board with what we have listed here. I'm wondering what the timeline might be to have the superintendent's interpretation and her rationale for that interpretation. I think that kind of conversation is what will set us up for the monitoring report conversation.
And I'll open it up to Superintendent Kane, but as I look at our monitoring report schedule, N number 4, collaborative parent, family, and community relationships, the associated monitoring report is due in April, which in the second meeting in April. So anytime prior to that, I expect we would have some anticipation, but I'll turn it over to Superintendent Kane.
So as I understood our plan for the first round of monitoring reports, I'm presenting our interpretation and the associated indicators at the work session for discussion and feedback. Then the monitoring report is approved, but then we've got that baseline, or based on feedback, if the interpretation was unexpected or something else, then we know moving forward what that interpretation needs to look like. So this first round was really to review, set a baseline for interpretations, and as well as those indicators. That was my understanding.
And I believe that's what we discussed as a board in the retreat, and that was certainly my intention going forward. And again, as we go through these, if we see any interpretations or things that we think are off or did not accurately reflect our ends, as we get through the end of this school year and we have all the monitoring reports complete, I would plan for us to come back as a board and make slight alterations to make sure that we tweak the ends so the interpretations can then be adjusted. And to your point, Director Meek, I've taken a couple wording notes that you've made on number 3. I've taken some general comments on number 5 that we'll get to next month, but that would be the plan. Does that answer your question?
I'm not sure I heard exactly when. Is it the work session before we would see the?
Correct. So relative to this specific end number 4, the associated monitoring report is per the schedule that we agreed to is due in April. So the first meeting in April, we would expect to get the interpretation just like we did tonight for N number 1. And then in the second meeting of April, we would expect that to be on consent and any comments or tweaks and things like that. But the interpretation you would get prior to in the first meeting of the month in which the monitoring report is scheduled.
Thank you. And I kind of had a bit of a coughing fit earlier during the monitoring report conversation. So all I would say is if there's time to have conversation, earlier than when the monitoring report is being presented, it just gives the superintendent a little bit more time to react to the conversation. And so it doesn't feel like there's really no time to make adjustments. And so that would be my only recommendation moving forward, is maybe building in extra time for conversation to allow for tweaks to happen. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Meek. Other comments, concerns by the directors on end number 4? Okay, having heard none, we will move on to item number 15, that is President's Reports. I'll move quickly through this. A Board of Education special meeting is scheduled tomorrow, 11 January, for 1:15 p.m. For the public, we plan to convene and have one item to go into executive session. It will require a 2/3 vote of those directors present, and that will to move into executive session to receive legal advice and conduct mediation regarding the Marshall v. DCSD et al. Case, which is in Douglas County District Court, case number 2022 CV 30071. A Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 24 January, 2 weeks from today. And we will have agenda planning for the 24 January meeting will occur this Thursday, 12 January at 10 a.m. That's a half hour earlier than usual due to conflicts. At the 24th meeting, we will have approval of the monitoring report that was presented tonight, and as also mentioned tonight, we have charter renewal votes. Final comments going into 2023. In February, we will discuss our last Board of Education end number 5, financial well-being. We'll continue the implementation of monitoring reports as we just discussed. And then we'll come back and based on engagement with community, staff, students, everything, we will look as a board to wrap up this calendar year by making any slight revisions to mission, vision, and the end statements based on everything that we worked on this school year. Really love the academic outcome focus. I'd like to again thank all the speakers we had tonight, starting with our student advisory group. For those of you in the software world, that was very agile Scrum in the OODA loop, getting small iterative changes and getting correction from the stakeholders rather than getting to the end of the year to find out, boy, you were wrong and that's not where we wanted you to go. So really enjoyed that tonight. So thank you to Mr. Cheney, thank you to Ms. O'Neill, and to all the students that presented. I think that's something we should continue as a board, much better than the waterfall approach. The other things, really appreciated the literacy presentation. I think that's what our community wants to hear. That's one of our key areas, if not the key area of focus for this year. And again, very impressive where we've come. We still have places to go and we won't rest on our laurels, but I have nothing but congratulations for what the entire district superintendent cabinet down to individual teachers, EAs, our professional learning specialists, everybody has been an incredible team effort. The last thing I'll have here, just in terms of my reports, is expect continued exploration implementation of the 2023 MLO and bond campaign. You heard some of that tonight. You will continue to hear it every month as we move forward. That has not gone away. And my report is right before winter break. In fact, the day after the last board meeting, we had Dan McMenemy, if I'm saying this right, this late at night, Superintendent Kane, Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor, and Rex Corps and myself and Director Weininger were able to meet with some of our newly elected legislators, specifically in the House and the Colorado Senate, and take them on a tour of our awesome CTE facilities to including the Legacy Campus. We went by Thunder Ridge High School. We saw some awesome welding there and some great CTE programs. We were treated by our culinary students to a wonderful meal, and we heard about a lot of the issues with getting some of our most ready teachers coming out of the workforce and getting them credentialed. We're able to entertain comments from legislators. We stopped by Highlands Ranch High School and we saw our awesome cosmetology program. It's our only location in the district. We have 3 times the demand than we are able to service right now. Shout out to Mr. Mitchell and his wonderful staff there for taking care of our students. And by the way, if you're in the area, you can sign up. That is a fully functional salon. So you can go there, get your hair colored, cut, everything that you would do in a normal cosmetology studio. And those students come out industry ready. Made the trip on up to Rock Canyon, got to talk to the former fire chief of Littleton, who now works for us, teaching fire safety, got to see the EMS programs that are preparing the future generation of first responders, and some great, and am I going to get this right, biotechnology? That's right, biotechnology experiments in action there. So CTE is great. It's live and well. That was a follow-on. We delivered all our legislative priorities that this board passed 7-0 on the 13th. Were also delivered to our legislators, and they beat us by one day. They went into session yesterday, hopefully advocating for a lot of the things. So again, big shout out to Dr. Kaur, Dan McMenemy, and Danny Windsor for conducting that great tour of all the CTE and CE experience that we have to offer. And I look forward to the opening of the Legacy Campus this fall. With that, I'll turn it over to Director Williams for Vice President remarks.
So I had no official board meetings after our last public meeting, but I did go on a tour of Legacy Campus as well on the 16th and was just very impressed with all the progress we've made. I've been up there a few times over the last 6 or 8 months, and it's pretty phenomenal. And so I just wanted to invite the public to, on Fridays, Dr. Kaur does 2 tours of the Legacy Campus. I'm not really sure where they can find the sign up for that, but if you don't have it, you can always email me and I can get it to you, unless, where?
Yeah, main webpage, you can go to Legacy Campus.
Main district webpage, go to Legacy Campus, and Assistant Superintendent Windsor, go ahead and follow in with those remarks.
Yes, and each of the schools also have course guides with that information is linked to that as well, also on our post-secondary readiness page on the main webpage as well.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so I would recommend anyone who's interested in all the great programs that DCSD is about to offer this coming fall to really get out there and do a tour. I think you will be very impressed with everything that our district is doing. And then just to kind of give heads up, there's an LRPC meeting tomorrow evening. So long range planning is tomorrow evening. And then on Thursday, MBEC starts back in session. So looking forward to getting that conversation going again. But I have nothing else.
Okay, we'll go via the other directors. We'll start with Director Ray and then Meek online. Then we'll go through the other directors present. But before we do, wishing Director Hanson a speedy recovery. She could not attend tonight due to sickness, and we're hoping she gets back on her feet as soon as possible. So we will start with Director Ray.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple thoughts. One is on student advisory group. It was wonderful to see their work and hear their presentations. And and Director Myers and I both have had the pleasure of working closely with them for several months. But it occurred to me as I was listening to them tonight is that many of their recommendations are operational in nature, whether it's put a first aid kit in, or whether it's we want our advisement used for financial literacy. And so I'm just pondering, how can we improve that process? Since they are a bona fide committee for us, what do we do with that information that they give us? Because a few of their ideas certainly are policy oriented, where we can change policy. You'll hear from in May, you'll hear some of the kids talk about a change in our dress code policy, for instance. I think that's very appropriate for them to deliver that to us. But I'm also thinking that they oftentimes feel like that everything goes through us. And I'm just trying to figure out, in terms of process, how do we get them linked to the decision makers, as opposed to them thinking that we are that, and then all of a sudden it just kind of drops and nothing goes forward for them. So I would entertain any of your thoughts about how we might improve those processes with them. Do we treat this as just as a stakeholder group that influences our decision making, or do we really give them some empowerment to get some of these things done that they have come up with, which I think are amazing ideas? So that's one thought I have. And then the other thing is just, again, the broken record of us needing to update our policies. And that's our work. And that's really what our work primarily should be focused on, is either creating policy, modifying policy, deleting policy. That's the work that we should be doing. And I actually went back and looked at our whole section on instruction. We've got 6 policies that are missing, that are legally required, that are missing in that section. You go to the student policies, we have 11 policies that are missing. that are legally required. And so I'm just concerned about this hodgepodge approach that I feel like we're doing. It's kind of like, well, we're going to talk about bullying with this committee, and we're going to talk about our KE policy with Ms. Roush. And it just seems to me that we're missing that systemic process that we had established for a couple of years, to where policies were really our focus, and revision and was really what we were about, to make sure that our system didn't find itself vulnerable to situations where there's policies that are missing. So I don't know where that's gone. I know we talked about it at our retreat. I know that Superintendent Kane said she would be talking about it with Cabinet at their January retreat, I believe. But I just can't advocate enough that we are behind. And when our charters are trying to waive policies that may or may not even be active or current, I just think it just creates a lot of problems when we haven't completed the process. So I would just again advocate for us to get going on that as soon as possible. And that's all I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Director Ray. And just to reiterate, I think we have a deliberate plan to do that, starting big to small, mission, vision, end statements, monitoring reports, and then we definitely have a planned policy audit and review. So again, I think we have that plan. We'll get to it, certainly, but we don't want to be vulnerable. So I do appreciate your comments. Director Meek.
Yes, I don't have any updates regarding any board committees because of the holidays that we've just gone through. But it's interesting, I did have the same thoughts with Director Ray in regards to my reaction with the presentations from the students, and they just did a phenomenal job. They've worked so hard, and some of the projects for 4 years or more, and it felt like we honestly need a presentation from staff or the superintendent to give us the update on where things stand with some of their work. And so I was trying to figure out what that should look like or how it works. But I think so much of the presentations, many of the presentations really cross over into operations. And so there's a disconnect. So I think that's something I'd love to hear maybe in the future from the superintendent as to what her thoughts are on that, and whether it makes sense to have a presentation on where things stand on the operational side. And I think that's it for me for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Meek. Director Myers?
Well, since the last board meeting, I spent most of December sick, so I have nothing to report.
Thank you, Director Weiniger.
No updates either.
Okay, with that, we will take a motion to adjourn. The recommendation is that the board adjourn the meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
By Weiniger.
Second.
Second by Myers. We will take the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 6-0. This meeting of the Board of Education is hereby adjourned.